Okay, I'm going to go ahead and place the line in, and I'm turning it over to you, Nicole. One moment. Welcome and thank you for standing by. All participants will be able to listen only until it's time for public comment. At that time, instructions will be given on how to submit public comment. I would now like to turn the call over to your host for today, Ms. Nicole Wheelwright. Ma'am, you may begin.
Go ahead, Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Okay. This is the City Council on closed session. Today is Tuesday, June 16, 2020, and I will call this meeting to order at 5:04. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Carroll?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Santos?
Here. Do we have public comments on this?
Christine, do we have any callers on the line for public comment?
At this time, I'm showing no public comment.
Okay, very good. We'll move on. City Attorney John Pickney, can you read the items for closed session discussion?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association. Item number 2 is conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as vacant land, APN 418-190-004, 005, 006, and 007, and 418-140-028 and 029. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Todd Parton, or his designee. The negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont and Jade Real Estate Holdings. Under negotiation are price and terms. And the third item for closed session is a conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as vacant land, APN 418-190-004, 005, 006, and 007, and 418-140-028 and 029. Agency negotiator, City Manager Todd Parton, or his designee. Under the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont and Heslin Holdings, Inc. Under negotiation are price and terms. And those are all the items.
Very good. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close this on 5:06.
Christine, we're now on a closed session break until 6 p.m. That's what it's doing.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to hear you.
Is it?
But I don't seem
Hi,
to have
John.
a problem hearing.
John, can you
Ray.
give me a mic check, please?
Well, when you have your mask on, I can't
That's
understand
hard.
what you're saying. But
Yeah, that's what I was not told.
I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
So you get probably your microphone should be closer or something? I don't know.
Hi,
Yeah, I
John,
don't know.
can
I'll
you
try
give me
to-
a mic check, please? John Pickney?
We don't have the other councils.
We got a quorum.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure.
No, go, take your time. Hey, Chief. Hey, good evening. Hey, Todd, can you do a pledge? The religion.
The Texas flag, I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance, man. I mean,
No Eye of Texas.
Isn't there a state pledge of California?
No,
No,
no.
I'm not aware of that, man.
Hey, Ray,
Go to the
Mayor?
church.
We hear you, Mike, but we don't see you.
Yeah, we don't see you, Mike.
Okay, so the message I'm getting when I click on the camera is that the host has left us turned off. So you won't be able to see me until he turns me back on. I can't turn myself on.
Oh, he's checking right now. Edgar is checking it right now.
In fact, everybody.
I left you open for some one-liners there, but didn't.
La, la, la. Should
We're
we
not
be,
live.
Should we
We're
be
just
arrayed?
gonna-
That was Lloyd White.
That's that's Lloyd.
The Lloyd White.
Are we live?
Right there, I was thinking that.
That's Lloyd.
Yeah, I could see your mind working there.
It's like, oh, no. So,
What are?
Nope, they haven't moved since last time. They
It's
were
really
wrong.
bugging Todd. This is the third time he's mentioned it.
I know it. I know it.
Can you see anybody else?
No,
Nobody, no.
Nobody.
Okay, yeah, they're all off on.
What's wrong with you?
They're still working on it, Mike. They're trying to fix it.
Looks like Edgar got a haircut.
Still working on it, man. There you go.
Okay, can you see if you can now join the video? Okay. That's working now.
There you go.
Excuse me, Nicole?
Yes, Christine.
There you go.
Yes, I will be stepping away in about 1 minute to take lunch, and Lorraine will be taking over for me for about 50 minutes, and then I'll be back. She has been updated on the comment in the 3 minutes, so she's been updated on everything as well, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
What? Just flip them?
Okay, I think you're good now.
I'll talk to Ken
We don't have
tomorrow
Nancy.
to help your sanity.
You're Nancy.
No, not at
There
all.
you go.
Do you know how many computer screens I have here? And not once do I look up at the ceiling. I have way too many buttons over here. Okay, so we still have to figure out.
Maybe Kyle and John is connected? Okay, yeah.
He's joined from his computer, so he doesn't have video. But he can hear you. You know come over there? Okay, please.
You need to get Steve a background there.
He doesn't want one.
Does he know that? I mean, although he doesn't like
He
it.
doesn't want one.
Steve.
Say again?
I guess we're not having any baseball.
Can't agree. Can't agree on the prorated or the sliding scale or. Too
But-
bad.
But at least there will be a basketball, they said, July.
Are they doing basketball?
That's what they said.
Yeah. And there's always rugby.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why Howard says he's not playing?
I know. I mean, I heard his comment on that. On the Lakers, yeah.
Well, we can only look forward to football, so we'll see how that goes.
I know. I think football will be fine. I mean,
Well, the season is. The teams, well, some of them.
Got a quarterback.
But you need the rest of the team, though. He's,
Wide receiver.
he's got to throw it to someone.
Yeah,
so.
fumbling running back.
Lorraine, are you there?
is John okay?
Here. I'm here.
Hi, Lorraine. This is Nicole. We're going to have a panelist be calling in. His name is John Pinkney. So he should be calling in any minute, and he's going to be part of the meeting.
Okay, I'll be looking out for him now.
Okay, thank you.
But there's tennis live. They're playing on Serbia with spectators and everything. No mask.
In Serbia.
Serbia, yeah.
Yeah, New Zealand's playing rugby now.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
We saw that first match. The 20,000 plus crowd.
see that? Wow.
Of course, the news next day. Wow. But I was disappointed in the baseball thing. There always seem to be baseball that can't come to agreements. It's just, I don't know what it is.
Thank you.
We're okay? Okay. This is the regular session of the City Council meeting, and I will call this meeting to order at 6:10. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Carroll,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Here.
Mayor Santos.
Here. We're back here from a closed session, and City Attorney John Pickney, could you report out from a closed session and any action taken on items?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So the council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Kerry Mendoza. The employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as vacant land, APN 418-190-004-005-006 and 007 and 418-140-028 and 029. The agency negotiator, the city manager, Todd Parton, or his designee, and the negotiating parties, City of Beaumont and Jade Real Estate Holdings, under negotiation price and terms. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. And then number 3, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as vacant land, APN 418-190-004-005-006 and 007, as well as 418-140-028 and 029. The agency negotiator was the city manager, Todd Parton. The negotiating parties, City of Beaumont and Heslin Holdings, Inc., under negotiation price and terms. There was no reportable action taken on that item either. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you, John. Okay, on the request for excuses absence, seems like we're all present. Todd Parton, could you lead us on the pledge of allegiance?
Please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, approval and adjustment to the agenda. Any conflict of interest disclosure? Okay, let's move on. And announcement, recognition, proclamations, correspondence, none. Okay, public comments regarding closed session on this. Let me read this. On public comments, due to current circumstances, we are encouraging members of the public to maintain participation in our meetings by using the following options: email comments and phone-in comments. All of the details of these options can be found on the front of the agenda and will also be displayed on your current screen throughout the meetings. Okay.
I do have one written comment, and then I'll check the phone line.
Very good. Thank you, Nicole. Go ahead.
The written comment is from Jennifer Light. She states, I am the mother of 2 boys. All of the moms in my neighborhood love to meet up at the pool. It's a great time for all of us, and from our littlest to our teenagers. My concern is that our teenagers have more idle time on their hands, which is never a good thing. Please do not close down the plunge. Our community needs it. Sincerely, Jennifer Light. And then I'll check the phone line to see.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Lorraine, do we have any comments on the phone? Lorraine?
For public comments, please press star, then 1. You will be prompted to record your first and last name. And to withdraw your comments, please press star, then 2. We will ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. Once again, for the public, please comment at this time.
We'll just give it a minute to see if anybody
okay.
comments. Doesn't sound like it. You're welcome to move on.
Okay, there's no other public comments for public record.
There are no questions in queue.
Okay, very good. We will move on the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken on as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at end of action items. All approval of ordinances and regulation to be read by title only. And is there any item need to be pulled for discussion? Council?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item number 3.
Number 3. Anything else? Okay, so we will, we'll do the discussion on item number 3 after we have the a motion on item 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 9. I need a motion on that before we do the item number 3.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass the remaining consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
I'll second.
Thank you. Now we're open for a discussion on item number 3.
Mayor, if I could, I'll do roll call really quick.
Go ahead and do the roll call on that.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Now it's open up for a discussion on item number 3 on consent calendar. Go ahead. Lloyd.
Could we get just a brief staff report on what this is?
Who will be on that?
Mayor, I'm here if you'd like me to do a staff report.
Very good. Go ahead, Ms. Gibbs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is an interagency service agreement between the City of Beaumont and the City of Banning. We initially approved this agreement in June of 2019 for an effective date of July 2019 with a termination clause of June 30th, 2020. In order to continue and renew this agreement for another year, it does need to come before City Council. Banning staff and I met and we agreed that we recommend that we need to do another year of this. We are in the latter half of our comprehensive operations analysis. Banning has requested and has been approved for funding to do a comprehensive operations analysis for Banning. And at that point, once we have both studies before us, we can sit down and either come back to council to redo the agreement or talk about moving forward with a new agreement at that time.
Thank you. Open for discussion?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, my questions were actually two questions. Number one, is this going to be, again, a year from now, we're going to decide whether or not to extend it? Is that in this agreement that we're approving tonight? And the other one, you may have answered it, but I'd like a little more information. So they are doing their comprehensive operation analysis, or they've requested it. Is this something that they requested a year ago and just now getting around to it? Or, here's my concerns, is that we went ahead and tried to cooperate with Banning to come to a solution. And in the end, the solution was we will do whatever, in my opinion, we did whatever we can to mitigate this for our customers. And Banning really was just our way or the highway. And so we put into this one-year agreement sort of to transition, was my thought. And if we're not going to transition, I guess I'm asking you, what is the future here? What has Banning done to move forward? And, where do you think we'll be a year from now?
So to answer your first question, the agreement before you tonight would terminate again June 30th of 2021. Their funding request, I'm not sure about their last year's SRTP, but I do know that this year's SRTP for Banning does include a line item in their operations, in their LTF. I believe it's for about $145,000. I actually emailed my counterpart in Banning our RFP that we did so that he could easily take it and do something similar in Banning. So I do think the intention is to move forward with that COA.
Do you get any sense that our moving forward with an extension here falls in line with what the COA may or may not suggest to us? And where are we on getting feedback or a report back from the COA?
We are, as I mentioned, we're in the latter half of it, and I intend to bring the last part of the COA study to council in July. My intention is to wait until we are open to the public so that our consultant can actually do the final presentation. And so it would be most likely the July 21st meeting.
Okay. Well, again, I'm just concerned that we're just not moving in the right direction, but I'm going to defer to your recommendation, which is to continue the extension here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Any more discussion on this item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Palawa.
Elizabeth, if we have our COA done, obviously what it looks like we're going to be ahead of Banning on their COA. We could use that to modify the next agreement, couldn't we? If we felt like it was necessary for our ridership.
Absolutely. And in looking in the agreement, there is a 60-day written notice to the other party for a termination. So we could certainly terminate this agreement mid-year if it turns out that, their study says something different, or at the end of our study, we realize that it's not in the best interest of Beaumont. So there is a termination clause. We don't have to wait the full year.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Very good. Go ahead, Councilor Nancy.
Their COA, if they're taking our RFP and they're using that to go out to their own, to get their own agreement and hire someone, what's the timeline on that, Elizabeth? How long do you think from today, let's say, until maybe that's in completion and they know the same answers that we're looking for at the end of July?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure what their timeline would be. They have a significantly smaller operation than we do. It really is contingent upon the timeline that they put on the consultant. I don't know that they're going to plagiarize our RFP word for word, but it's a starting point for them. The department head, my counterpart in Banning, is new to public transportation, and he and I communicate frequently just to network somewhat to bring him up to speed on history and the public transit world. So it's hard to say. It depends on what they put on the timeline they put on the consultant. I would say anywhere from 6 to 9 months.
Okay. and it doesn't, I have no problem with them using our RFP as a base point for them to formulate theirs. I mean, if we can cooperate, that's fine. I'm just wondering, here we are extending it for a year. We can, at some point, when we know more answers on our end, we can go ahead if we want to and signal that we're interested in terminating. I was just wondering where the timing of that might fall and where they are in their study, because if it extends out to almost another year, as Councilmember White brought up, we may be just pushing kicking the can around again towards the end of next year if we don't have more information or more direction on where they want to go and how that fits where we want to go. So I was kind of concerned about the timeline on that.
I'm hopeful. They announced at T-Now a couple weeks ago that they have a transit manager. They've given that person a conditional offer and they're expected to start July 1st. So I think that's going to be a huge help to Director Vela. He's got a lot on his plate. And so I think the transit manager that they're hiring, from what I understand, has a significant public transportation background, and they're going to be eager to get a COA done, I'm sure, because there hasn't been one done in many years.
Okay, well, that's good. And I do remember in the Team Now meeting, they were talking about good experience behind their candidate, their person. So I think that's positive. I do have a question about, are we operating on this agreement where any of our passes are being honored on their end? And are we in a position where we should be getting money back on something? Or that's always an ambiguous area for us.
Right now, everybody's free fare. Non-COVID times, we do not honor their passes, nor do they honor ours. Okay. What we do have in this interagency agreement is in transfer type fare, where a passenger can get a transfer from a Beaumont bus driver that gives them a one-time transfer free to Banning, and then vice versa. But we do not honor their monthly passes, nor do they honor ours.
And that's being managed appropriately. You're okay with that?
It gives us, it gives the passenger one fare per trip, so it's good for the passengers. Okay. They're not paying twice. All right. And that's the benefit of it.
Well, that's a benefit, especially with social services and some of the other things. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Very good.
I'm good.
Very good. So, thank you, Liz. Need a motion to approve item number on consent calendar number 3.
So move.
Good.
I'll second.
Okay.
Too slow.
I knew I was waiting too long.
Too slow.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay, there's no public hearings today, and I will jump on the action items on this. Approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. On item number 10, establishment of a Business Assistance Program, BAP, for local businesses that have experienced COVID-19 related losses. Staff report. Mr. Todd Pardo.
Mayor, Council, this is being brought to you. A couple meetings ago, there was a direction to place this as an item for future agendas. So here we are. After that, I guess, direction, I did meet with Mayor Santos to try to get an understanding of what was being contemplated with the potential business assistance concept that he was thinking about, which I've tried to take a stab at providing an outline for here in the staff report. Basically, this would be setting aside about $750,000 from the city's general fund reserves. So those are unobligated reserves. And so if you recall, we had about $15 million in reserves that we had established. We were programming some of those dollars for the capital projects. So we were sitting at right around $12 million or so a net remaining after our budgetary allocations. So this would be $750,000 of that. The program outlined here would be a zero interest loan for a term of 2 years that would go to businesses that were able to verify that they had experienced some COVID-19 related losses as it pertains to the pandemic and the shutdown orders that everybody's been working through. There are two key elements that this addresses or talks about. One is that these would be fully collateralized loans. The other would be that that these are restricted funds that would go to specific costs that help keep the business afloat and help keep people hired. And so it'd be looking at payroll or payroll-related expenses, and it would look at either rent or mortgage assistance. So it would apply to those components. There are, as outlined in the program, some kind of qualifying factors, and there's some range of assistance that if you're a qualifying business that you could apply for. And if you look at the amounts that are proposed in here, if you have 5 or fewer full-time, it's $5,000, and then all the way up to a range of 16 to 20 full-time employees, you could get up to a $20,000 loan. Again, you've got to demonstrate that those are directly related to COVID-19 losses. We're talking about businesses that are physically located within the city of Beaumont. These could be home-based businesses. This would be brick and mortar, is what's contemplated here. We also restrict that the maximum size of the business is no more than 25. Again, the purpose of this was to get to the small, more vulnerable businesses that may be out there. It's also got to be a valid business, meaning it holds a business license. It's not having any other outstanding costs or other related things that are due back to the city. It also says that you not only do you not reduce the payroll in effect at the time that you would have received the loan by more than 10% through the life of the loan, but you've also got to keep your FTEs. So there would need to be a provision, if you terminated or you lost an employee, to be able to replace that employee. So there would be some sort of mechanism that would need to be brought into place to address that. Again, so it does anticipate that a payment schedule could either be a lump sum payment at the term of the loan, or it could be payments made during the process of the loan. And typical to a loan, there would need to be some sort of committee review process to do the due diligence evaluation, and then to make a determination as to whether a loan would be granted to that particular individual. So that's in general how this is set up. There is a penalty provision that's contained within the document that actually is probably a little too stiff. So that would need to be adjusted to actually comply with the state's usury laws. So I guess I got a little aggressive on those penalties for non-payment. Whereas I'm looking at a 5% initial and 2.5% monthly. You're really talking about, by law, about a 0.83% monthly interest penalty that you can apply to this particular type of program. So John and I, Mr. Pinckney and I, talked about this at some length, and he had some thoughts with regard to collateralization, whether you want to collateralize, or whether you want to look at some other means to try to claw that back. And so I don't know, John, if you're there and willing to jump in on that particular part of the discussion.
Yeah, so generally when your loan is collateralized by real estate, your sole remedy is going to be to foreclose either non-judicially, which is a more expedited, less expensive process, or through a judicial foreclosure, and that'll be your sole remedy. Whereas if it's not collateralized, then you'd have to pursue a judgment through litigation, which is obviously more costly than going through a non-judicial foreclosure. But the benefit of a judgment is if somebody did default and not pay the loan back, you would be able to pursue any and all of their non-exempt assets, cash that they had in the bank. You would be able to get writs of attachment and execution on their real estate holdings. And so there are pros and cons to the two different approaches. I will say that typically lenders do require, they'll look at the collateral, the real property collateral that's being offered up to securitize the loan. They'll look at whether there's adequate equity in that property in the event that there's a default, so that if the lender has to foreclose, that there'll be adequate equity there to pursue. If you're in a situation where the equity or the collateral that's offered up by the borrower is has a first deed of trust on it, or a first and a second, then you're going to be in a subordinate position to that first or second deed of trust. So those are all things that your loan committee, because you would essentially be acting like a bank and evaluating which loans you want to make. The loan committee would have to, look at what kind of existing deeds of trust are on the property and what position the city would be in, and whether it would be able to enforce its rights by foreclosing on the collateral in the event of a default. Given the amount, the amount of the loans it varies. I think the highest is $20,000. Probably the cheapest approach is a foreclosure on real property collateral with adequate equity. That's going to be cheaper than filing lawsuits. But your sole remedy is going to be foreclosing on that property most likely. Is that helpful? Does that make sense?
That's good. Go ahead. You will finish your report. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we can help, with fine tuning this. It sounds like really where you're at right now is you've got a staff report that kind of, I thought, very thoroughly laid things out. But if this is something that the council is going to move forward with, we can help with, preparing the loan documents and the deeds of trust that will have to be prepared in connection with the program.
On the collateralized, and the reason why I went with the collateralized option here was that it also helps us to distinguish which of these businesses have the tangible assets that would help to ensure also that they were more viable. Because if you look at a home-based business, what actual assets might they have outside of cash, which, as we know, can be extremely hard to get hold of depending on how the cash is structured for that business. So, and then what happens over the course of 2 years, money can be moved. There's some things like that. So that's why in this initial concept, I was looking at a collateralized offer where we actually have hard, tangible assets that would have to be structured in such a way, if we could, that gave you a first position on that collateral. So if they've got other loans, if they've got other financial obligations and they're leveraged, that's something that would be critical to look at anyway. But when it looks to recoverability on the loan, that'd be another kind of key element to think about. And so that was in my mind because we may be looking at businesses that are stressed. And so just trying to safeguard those funds. So, and then finally, the concept here was that we've got a fixed amount of capital that would be available through this program. And then we'd have a call for applications that would come in. They would be reviewed, loan determinations would be made, and then there's a hard date by which final applications are considered, which I had structured at September of this year. So you have a couple-month period where applications come in, you have to review them, and then you make your loan determinations and execute past that point. So that means that businesses would be having cash in hand probably by October, November kind of timeframe. So before the end of the year is when, under this structure, I would anticipate that your cash allocations would be made. So with that, Mayor, turn it back over to you. And
Very
thank you.
good. Thank you. Let me jump in first on this. Let me take this out. Regarding the collateral on this, I will strongly, has to be a business with the front storefront physically established within the city. And I'm not looking on the, home-based businesses on this. And I'm looking on the, he has a front store physically really established in our city on this. So if you look on that, that will be, I would say there's more asset in there. They do take care of their business on that. I think that's a thing that we have to look at on this. And then now on the statistics on this, actually, STAR did a pretty good, doing a survey with Todd Barden on this. I'll give you some information because of the Back to Business, program we have. And the state and county, there's a question in there. Are you familiar with the, reopening guidelines in there? There's a 75 to 80%, 84%. They really know what's going on. And are you have difficulties on guidelines? And 76% say no. They said they follow, and and then next question is do you need assistance? And 31% of that doesn't need really. I would say 31% need assistance, and 67% no need of assistance on that. That's the statistics we have on that. Now, we did run the business, so the back to business in Beaumont really. They did, this committee did a lot of work on this. They did register, provide us information about the businesses we have in here. We have 837 registered businesses in the community. And the who generate taxes in here, the sales tax, there's 515 on this. So why I'm giving you that, if you look on the populations of businesses in here, if we look on the 30%, even to 10% of the population who needs really our help to reopen, there's very really small group that really need our help, and that's the way I see it. I love the numbers and everything. And then what's the mechanic on this? I would say on this side. So what I did is write it down the needs that we have to establish a committee. This is not a just like a small committee. This committee will be really good. Who will be involved on this? Why we established this. This committee will create an application, the applicant information, business information, and their hardship on this. They have to describe that on that application. We will provide that. We will put it together. And financial information on their business and their personal. And then they have to do certifications, those applicants. What's the certification? They have to, saying that they really need help on this, program. And they have to disclose to us too that they didn't, apply to another, or they have a grant to another programs on the government. I will jump in on the to form an ad hoc committee on this. The committee we will create. There will be 3 or 4 teams that consist of 2 members of that, and that committee consists of 2 council people, and then 2 two on the finance committee. Of course, I will name people on the economic development, like Carl, and then Todd Pardon will be part of that. And then we have to establish how we're going to process the loans and everything. There will be a scoring system by criteria that we have to build. What is that? I mean, I will put it together, and then with Todd, I'll put this together, and there will be a designated award on this. What is that? The designated award will be, eligible or non-eligible, and and then they have to be patient with us. I mean, that's why we have a date in there, September 1st. So as soon as we start this program, we wanted to do it right away. I mean, I'll put it together, the guidelines and everything, give it to the committees, and then the scoring will be really, will be based on the average scoring on this. And then we will create a checklist. What is the checklist? I mean, just like on the loans, you will have all your paper that need to be done, just like our city manager mentioned about the you must be registered, on the business business side. You must have a permit on that. You must have a good standing with the city on this. We're not giving away. I'm not. I mean, giving away even a penny away to the businesses. I like to have a credit score card that we will put it together, and this is nice. I mean, from now till July 6 or 7, we have the 3 weeks that we could work together on this. But prior to the end of the month, I like to see really a concrete policy that we could give it to the public. Now, here's the questions. Now, most of you probably, who will process? I did mention to our city manager that we could get a software that it costs around $3,500 that will process the applications. That will process the application initially. Our staff will do that, and then categorize the eligible and non-eligible, and then give that application to the committee. And I would recommend that if the committee have an application of 3, 5, 6, or 10, that's the time we sit down. So we could have a really the time element is so crucial to us, and then let the applicants understand that will take time. When I say take time, probably 3 to 10 days that we could do an approval on that. So other than that, I mean, I could sit down here the whole day. I mean, the whole night. I could give you those informations, and we'll put it in policy and also procedure. I mean, I'll give it to everyone in here. Now, I know there will be you will have a lot of questions and to us on this. We have to form that ad hoc committee, and I'll leave it the way it is right now. Move on. Open for discussion. Is there any public comment first?
Lorraine, can you see if there's any callers that would like to speak?
For public comments, please press star then 1. You will be prompted to record your first and last name, and to withdraw your comments, you may press star 2. We would recommend that you limit your questions to 3 minutes. Once again, for the public comments, please press star then 1 and record your first and last name. John, no further questions in queue at the moment.
Thank you. So we move on the discussions and with the council. I could see hands. Oh, if none, I could move on. I will move on. I mean,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess going through this, I've got a couple of questions. One is this program seems similar to a program that's already in existence, and that's what I need to. I guess that'll be my first question: is this similar to the let's see I'm sorry, the Paycheck Protection Program? Is this a duplicate effort?
I'm not familiar with that. I mean, probably, Todd could answer that if he's familiar with that. I don't know what's that, that protection thing.
Kind of looking at that, the Paycheck Protection Program offers a $100,000 loan to cover staff or to cover payroll for small businesses just like this. And it's my understanding that there is still money available in this program. I think the program or your final date to apply for anything is June 30th. But to me, it seems like this program would have to run its course before we would start another program that kind of duplicates what I think the payroll protection program does. But that aside, one of the concerns, well, I have several concerns. One of them is years ago when I was first elected to council, we had an issue where there was a loan that was given out with city funds, and that didn't end well. And that ended up being a nightmare in itself. But it just seems like the city in this case would end up being a banking institution. And we'd be developing loan docs. We'd have to be doing follow-up. We'd be looking at collections. We'd be looking at notices. We'd be looking at delinquent payments. I don't think we have the staff to do that. So I have a concern in regards to staffing availability to carry out this program. I so much understand that the struggle that small businesses are going through, but I think it's not only small businesses, but it's families are going through this struggle right now as well. And I just, at this point in time, I think it was a great idea, but at this point in time, I just think it sends the wrong message. And I'm concerned that we're just at the bleeding edge of a recession, and we don't know where that bottom is at this point. And I think we'll have a better understanding of where we stand maybe in 6 to 8 months. But starting a program like this at the beginning of a recession where reserves will be used that could be used to provide services to our citizens, I have a concern with, and I'm really not comfortable at this point unless I can hear something different from council that will convince me otherwise. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Lloyd.
I a lot of good points that Mike brought up there. I do have some questions. Years and years ago, I was in the lending business. So I'm looking at this, and I have a lot of the concerns about staff costs. But the big things is just to go through some of the numbers that you brought up. There's about, you said 800 businesses, and there's 30% of the survey said that they could use some assistance, and that's about 2,400 businesses, which I know those are not all brick and mortar businesses, right? Mm-hmm. No. But even at that, you're looking about a few $100s each for that. But my question is, are the collateralized loans only going to be real estate? I mean, these aren't questions I'm looking for answers from you right now, because I understand that we want to put something in place. But if they're going to be real estate, and Mr. Pinckney brought up some of the issues that, again, brought back nightmares for me, because the collection process, the idea of going through a foreclosure, even if if you file foreclosure and there's a first or second, you have to keep them current, and you're starting to put out more money to keep them current. I'm very concerned about the city being in a position to be turning down some applications. And, I wonder what the appeal process will be for business owners who say, why did that business get something and I did not? Is there going to be an appeals process? What about, what happens if they take a no-interest loan and then their business closes up between now and 2 years? What do we do with that impact? And you talk about people being on a loan application committee, but you being from the industry that you've worked in most of your life, you understand that it takes some kind of experience and knowledge as far as making good credit decisions. And I don't want to see the city foreclosing on businesses. That's something I just don't want to see have happen. Another thing, I think the timeline on this, I agree with Mr. Lara that the timeline regarding the economy and all the other issues that we're facing. I mean, we've even not too long ago, before COVID and before the economic situation we're in, there was discussion up on this dais about sales taxes and about increasing sales taxes. And I just think that we're not in a position to make an investment like this. I agree with Mr. Lara that I understand that these businesses are struggling, but I would hate to see us being in a position where the staff cost and the demand on staff is impacting other services that we aren't able to offer to all of our citizens. So I just think that this is a lot more work and possible downside than what we may be thinking.
Okay. Council? Nancy's gone. Go ahead.
So basically, the concept's outstanding. I think it's a necessity, and I think it's a great idea. However, I just don't think we can justify to the public using public funds, especially where there's a chance of principal loss. I think it's a hard sell right now during times of cutbacks, where we tell the public, yeah, this is for the good because it's going to help promote businesses, but we're taking a gamble and a risk. And even if we don't lose the full amount from each loan, we have a possibility of losing some. And now we have to justify to the public we've lost your funds where we could have used it for services and such. Those cities and counties that are doing this are most likely getting federal funds. So it's not getting into their general fund as it would us. So that's my biggest issue. If we were giving some funds from the county or from the federal who were passing it on, that would be different. But because it's coming from our own citizens' money, I have an issue with the possibility of losing principal. Plus, the loan's going to be materializing around, 2022, right, when the recession is going to be really, could be going up, we don't know. And the chances of having defaults is very likely if they choose the lump sum payment at the end. But again, the concept is good. I would be more willing if I didn't know there were enough programs out there covering them. And I know the county has a program out now, and there's other ways that the businesses can get their money. I just don't know if I can justify to the public using their funds for a loan. And you make good points. Collateralization is great, real estate's great, but if it's a business with no real estate, we take that off the list and we're looking for only those with real estate. I don't know what that's going to do to the pool. Plus the fact that the committee setting up and initiating the loan and so forth is, that's fine. The software is okay, but we have a 2-year monitoring process. So someone's going to, and in here it says monthly, monitoring of payroll and so forth. So we're having to monitor payroll monthly and checking up to make sure things are being justified, make sure they're in good standing with the city, and no delinquency on any of their fees and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think we have the staff for that. So those are my concerns. If the manager were to say, okay, I think we can do this, we have a big enough staff, or it's not going to cost a lot out of pocket for costs during the 2 years, we can take a $300,000 hit if we get default. Then I would say, okay, maybe it's justified for the business community to gamble on that. But I just hesitant, especially right now that we have so much going on with cutbacks and different things that we have to look into for services. So I'm not sure, again, I like the idea, I think it's justified. I just don't know if we're in that business. Because again, some of the cities I've seen do this are bigger, and they have the staff, and they have the ability for that. So, you know, again, I'll listen to my colleagues to see anything else, or the manager, if there's something I'm missing on that, but I'm a little hesitant there.
Okay,
So that's my comment.
thank you. Anybody else? I'll go with Councilor Carroll first, and then Baron after that.
Thank you, Mayor. I applaud your spirit of wanting to make some sort of a bridge to the businesses. And I'm sensitive to that this would be a natural desire to do more from the work that you've done with the businesses. It really does show the spirit of council that we're even discussing this. And I think that that speaks a lot of who we are in wanting to help our businesses. However, I have some concerns. Mayor Pro Tem Lara aired one of them that was a deep concern of mine, and that is at one point in time, the city did loans with city funds, and there was any dollar that's in the city bank, so to speak, or the general fund is really basically taxpayer money. It's the people's money. And we did that program, and it wasn't very transparent, and this one is certainly more transparent, but it's still the same principle of stepping back into doing some sort of a private loan program. And we should not have been in that business or in that role before. And I'm very worried about stepping towards that role again. And I realize that's not your intention to do anything that would be negative for the city. You're trying to accomplish something positive, but that's very much a concern of mine. It's also a concern of mine that I don't want the city or the council or anybody on the staff to be in the position of being a party to a foreclosure on any Beaumont resident. If they go through hard times, I don't want to be the one that's being some sort of a part of the process to foreclosing on someone's house, to repossessing somebody's car, to trying to do anything, so to speak, to get back the money. It's a very odious position for the city to be in, and it would be the exact opposite of the intent of what we're trying to do here, what you have put forth, which I think, again, is a really good thing to try to do for the businesses. And there's also the issue of what else is currently floating out in the ether. Who has applied for what? Is this a mirror image of some other programs that are available? So on that particular point, I would be okay with bringing this back at some point in the future when people have finished applying for things that they could apply for. When we have more time to investigate whether there'd be any other avenue through grants for maybe the lower end of the businesses. A lot of the people that I talk to who are very worried about getting some financial help are at the very smaller or lower part of that tier of the business, that sometimes they don't have brick and mortar. And a lot of them are single women that are supporting families as hairdressers or nail techs. They don't own a salon. They're an independent contractor. So I think if we come back in the future, there's some more answers that we can get on some of these issues. And we will know more than what we know now. I think we're at a cliff, kind of not knowing who's getting what aid, and not knowing how much or what the stability of our own financial future is. So I'd like to spend the interim time looking at, is there some way that we can assist with grants for some of these businesses, especially the lower tier businesses? Again, I think Councilmember White brought up a question that I would have, and I have to apologize if I say something that somebody's already said. Sometimes the audio quality doesn't let me pick up every single thing that is said into the microphone, so I may end up repeating something. But Councilmember White brought up that you talked to the businesses, and a portion of them, you talked about a percentage that you felt might apply for this. And I don't know, when you talked to the businesses, how many of them were brick and mortar and how many of them were potentially an independent contractor who was a hairdresser and how many of them was a home-based business. So that profile, I think, weighs into whatever potential program we can craft in the future. And if we can do it through some sort of a grant assistance, something where we're not possessing or taking back property or being a part of that, and something where we're not going back on a principle that we tried to get away from before, which was to be in the loan business. So, so in order to support you, I would like to say, if we could table this until we know more of the detail, and then bring it back, because I think the spirit of helping the businesses is definitely what you want to do and what the council wants to do. I just think that there's just not enough discrete data for us to really go into this this area just yet. Thank you. That's all my comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything that's said is kind of the thoughts I had, but I just want to talk about the optics of this. We, the city, are struggling right now to try and make ends meet. I mean, I know Todd and Jeff have worked hard and furiously to make the budget come in this year, and looking towards next year. We're cutting staffing, or should I say we're not filling staffing right now. This brings a great burden because, number one, we're not a bank. It's more sophisticated than reading an application from somebody and saying they need a loan. You're looking at businesses, the people that you would like to give this to probably are businesses that can do pretty good for themselves. If they have collateral, they can go to the bank right now and get pretty good interest loans. And I just don't think the city, for a lot of reasons, our past history and even presently, should be involved in lending money to the businesses for what it's going to cost for us to administrate. And I question whether we could administrate it as well as financial institutions, and they have their problems. So as much as we all want to help everybody, I was in business for myself. I would have loved somebody thinking out for me when times were tough to be able to provide me some money. But that's part of running a business and looking at things. And I think a business that has a good foundation and is collateralized, people we would look at for loans are people that can find that money. It's going to be the people that are on the edge. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Anybody else? You wanna? Okay. I will, not answer the whole thing you got in here. I mean, you got a loaded thing in here. I mean, the thing is, my really perspective on here, and then my vision on this is helping, just like you guys. I mean, everybody mentioned this, is to help the struggling, businesses out there, the small businesses. We're not talking about the, the medium. I mean, talking about the small, businesses. That's why on the even on the 5,000, I mean, I'm looking on employees of 0 to 5 employees on that. So it means the 0 in there is 1 is by himself. So that's that's the main thing in there, helping all those individuals. And they have to be really on the storefront, business. I'm not talking about the home-based businesses. I'm talking about the, has established businesses in Beaumont. Now, on collateral thing, you're looking on the collateral thing on that. I'm not looking on their their real estate, their cars. I'm looking on their credit. And what's the credit? It's hard to find somebody who has a decent credit. And most of the businesses in here, I probably they have a decent credit, and they're the one who will be really struggling on going to the banks and something. When I say that, because they have their minimum credit, and I'm not just like one of you mentioned about if they if they have a good assets and everything, they don't need the loan. This program is being utilized by County of Riverside on this program. The software they're using is County of Riverside. They outsource the software on this, and then the staff is so minimal on that. Again, everybody, of course, our mind right now is you have experience about the previous one, doing losing a lot of money because of the loan we did on the city. But the thing on this one, I like to help the small businesses in there, and then the who's really struggling. Now, I'm repeating myself on here. The next step on this is telling you right now, if we do start this and study it and everything, I like to have a donation from the public, from the businesses to support this program. There will be a private money, and that will not be a loan. And we'll be the one who will be ministering that kind of money. And what that kind of money, that's a donation, strictly donation for businesses. If the city is not willing to outrun the fund to help our businesses, I'm willing to ask private people or citizens or businesses to support the program on this, to assist all these struggling business individual here in Beaumont. That's all I could say. I know I could sense everybody now on the different direction. That's fine. I just want to address this to you, that that I'm thinking to give it back to our business community on that. That's all. Go ahead, Dad. If you have something to, no? Okay. Anybody?
Well, Mayor,
Okay.
are you gonna make a motion? Because you
No.
got two options. I can move to table this so you can talk to the manager and maybe modify this idea, or we can vote on it, but I think you know where it's gonna go if we vote.
I know.
on it, so-
I know.
So,
Yeah, you could make a motion or whatever.
Right.
I'll be there.
so I move that we table this for a future meeting while the mayor and city manager perhaps modify this BAP program.
Any second or,
I'll second that.
okay.
Mayor, I'd like to ask for a little bit of clarification. Table it for how long?
Well, he was talking about, now it morphed into perhaps a donation thing, so I don't know where it's headed. So I just trying to give him a chance to still have some assistance program of some sort, and I don't know what that's gonna take. So I don't know if I can put a timeline on it.
Well,
So we can either vote on it now and then just
Well,
reintroduce
I'm
it.
okay reconsidering it. I just don't think in a month or 2 months or 3 months,
No.
you're going to get any difference of opinion
Well,
from the people here.
And that's why I asked him. He knows that the loan's not gonna go. But if he wants to morph it into a maybe possible grant or a donation thing, I don't know what that means or how it's gonna look. But I'm just giving him an option to bring it back for further discussion. but so I don't know what the time is.
Okay, and just to continue the discussion, the conversation, I think tabling makes sense when it's an item that you're going to bring back similar to what it is at this point. And so I would prefer not to table it, and if they do want to do more research and present an entirely different program, I think that we should bring that back. I'm okay with either just letting it die, and I understand not wanting to, vote it down, but I just think for a tabling motion, I need to have a little more information as to how long we're tabling this for, and I think if it's just to bring back a different program or a different idea, that we're better off not tabling it.
All right, well, Mayor, you have a first and second if you want to take a vote.
Well, hold
then
on.
we
I
can
mean,
go from
I
there.
got Nancy raised her hand. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember White, when you turn your head to the other council members, I miss some of the words that you're saying. And when you come back to the mic, I can pick up some of them. So when you started to ask your question about tabling and say what your concerns were, I missed some of the content. Would you just repeat that for me, please? I would appreciate it.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you fine.
I'll try not to look at Ray this time. Okay. Just a point of clarification. We do follow Rosenberg's rules, and Rosenberg's rules says that after there's a first and a second, that the floor should be open for discussion. I know it's something that we don't normally do, but if we're following Rosenberg rules, we shouldn't be, discouraged by that. Anyways,
There is an exception to that, and there's one of the exceptions is a motion to table. And so Rosenberg's provides that motion, if passed, requires discussion of the agenda item to be halted and the agenda item to be placed on hold. The motion can contain specific time in which the item can come back to the body, or the motion can contain no specific time for the return of the item, in which case a motion to take the item off the table and bring it back to the body will have to be taken up at a future meeting. So, anyway, just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Pinckney, is that the case if there's not a majority asking to stop discussion?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. If there's a majority of the council that wants to continue discussion on an item, even at this point, the tabling motion does not allow for discussion at all?
Normally, in my experience, a motion to table cuts off the underlying debate over the, for example, in this case, you would vote on, and perhaps you could discuss whether to table it, but it would cut off the debate on the underlying item, the substance of the underlying item. And so the only thing that's really before you now is whether to table it.
Okay.
And normally when you have a motion to table and a second, you take a vote. And if the vote is not to table it, then you can continue on with discussion about the item. If the motion to table it is successful, then that cuts off debate and you move on.
I understand. And my discussion was solely on whether or not to table it. And I was asking, so Councilmember Carroll, here's what I was asking Mr. Martinez at this point. Was a table to bring it back when? And if it's to bring it back in a month or 2 months or 3 months as is, I don't think that the sentiment of a majority of the council is going to be any different, because we're going to be even further along the line of not knowing how we're going to be, what economics we're going to face. And the other issue I had about tabling this item is, to me, when you table an item, you're tabling it to bring the same item back. And Mr. Martinez had expressed in his comments that he thinks it might make sense to table this so that something else can be brought back after more research and more information is gathered. So I wanted to know whether or not we were tabling this for an indefinite period of time, and I also wanted to know if we're tabling this so something else can be brought back. If something else is going to be brought back, then I don't see a need to table this item. And Does that make, did you get all that?
Yeah, I heard,
Okay.
I heard,
Okay, great.
Um,
That was all I was
but-
saying. Thank you.
okay.
Would you like to take the vote?
Yes, I can. Ready for roll
Okay,
call?
go ahead.
Councilmember White,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
No.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on action item number 11. Award 13 months lease agreement to Conoco Minolta Business Solution USA, Inc. for multi-function copiers via cooperative agreement. Staff report, please. Oh,
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
thank you.
Before you, I have a 36-month lease agreement between Konica Minolta and the City of Beaumont for multi-function copiers via cooperative agreement through Sourcewell. The city is seeking to achieve a few goals through this. One of them is to provide and consolidate a cost. Provide and consolidate costs for a copier fleet and co-term any lease agreements under the current contract. We also want to improve the quality and reliability of the hardware by obtaining a new contract. And also, after this 36-month contract expires, we will bring that back to council for consideration. This contract does provide some cost savings from what we currently have, netting us about $8,000 over 36 months. That concludes my staff report.
Very good. Is there
Any questions?
Public comments on this?
Christine, do we have any public comments? Are you there, Christine? Can you hear us? Do we have any public comments on the line?
I want to check real quick.
Can you hear us okay? Are you able to hear us? Do we have any public comments on the line?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Okay, it's open up for discussion, comments from the council.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to award a subscription agreement to Konica Minolta Business Solutions, Inc. for digital multifunction copiers and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city of Beaumont.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Edgar. Item number 12, approve the Fourth Amendment of Public Works Agreement for traffic signal and emergency signal maintenance to St. Francis Electric LLC in amount not to exceed $41,040 for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Staff report, please. Jeff?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, the item before you is the Fourth Amendment for a contract for St. Francis Electric, who performs our signal maintenance. A little bit of background. So in 2016, we, city, solicited an RFP for traffic and emergency signal maintenance services. At that time, 2 bids were received, one from St. Francis and one from Bear Electrical Service. Upon review, it was determined that St. Francis was the most qualified And in August of 2016, we entered into a professional services agreement with St. Francis. The contract has been renewed the subsequent 3 years as St. Francis has held their original price and is continuing to do so with this current amendment. Pursuant to the Beaumont Code, a maintenance contract may be approved with an initial 3-year term and then extended via 2 one-year extensions. This is the last available extension for this contract. St. Francis Electric has been responsive, fair, and very thorough over the past 4 years, and they've been a valuable asset and a viable extension of the Public Works Department. With that, staff recommends that City Council award a final 1-year extension to St. Francis Electric for traffic signal and emergency signal maintenance in the amount of $41,040 for the fiscal year 2021. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Very good, Jeff. Thank you. Any public comments on this?
I have no written comments. Do we have any public comments in the queue?
At this time, I'm showing no public comment in the queue.
Okay, very good. Open for discussion or motions?
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Seeing no discussion, approve a 1-year extension of the existing contract for traffic signal and emergency signal maintenance to St. Francis Electric LLC in the amount not to exceed $41,040 for fiscal year 2020-2021.
All second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Jeff. Item number 13, Short Range Transit Plan, SRTP, fiscal year 2019 to 2020, Table 4 amendment to include contingency funding due to COVID-19. Staff report, please.
Good evening again. The item you have before you is an amendment to the short-range transit plan for the fiscal year that we're currently in. It's for fiscal year 1920. And the reason we're bringing this amendment to you has to do with the free fares that we've been offering on our buses shortly after COVID-19 pandemic hit. And so because we are not collecting any revenue, we approached RCTC, the Riverside County Transportation Commission, and all of the operators actually were approved for a increase in local transportation funding. The city of Beaumont was approved in April by the commission for $154,000. And so if you look on the attachment included in your packet, you will see a line item on table 4 for an additional $154,000. And what we did was we reduced the fare box column. It was originally approved at $281,000. We reduced the fare box and increased the LTF. RCTC has already approved it. Tonight, the item before you is for you to accept that, and then we finish the process with the commission staff. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comments?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, I'm showing no public comment.
Okay, thank you. Discussions, comments, or motions? Wait, Mike, you're on mute. You're on mute. Mike, we didn't hear you. You're on mute. You were talking.
Sorry.
There you go. Sorry. We didn't hear you. What did you say?
Okay. I was going to make the motion, but does Councilmember Carroll have a comment?
I have a question for Elizabeth. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Elizabeth, we're just in the same boat as everybody else on this, right?
Yes, we are. There was $15 million awarded in amendments to the various operators, so we're in the same boat as everybody else.
it's not much of a choice. So I do appreciate you making this clear, though. That's it. If you still have your motion standing, Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
I'll try to get so everybody can hear it. How's that?
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve a short-range transit plan amendment to fiscal year 2019-2020, Table 4.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Oops.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 14, approve an agreement for software system by independent contractor to Go Time Control, Inc. for online automated control system for sports field lights. That'll be a staff report, Liz, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn this item over to our Assistant Director of Community Services, Doug Story. I don't believe you guys have seen him before you since the first week that he started with us when I threw him in. He's been with us now 6 months. Doug is doing an amazing job, and he actually has experience in this area, and so I would like him to give you the staff report.
Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, the Community Services Department, we've been looking at just different ways to increase our efficiency and increase the ways that we can better serve the community. We feel that this control system will allow us to do it when it comes to our sports fields and our lights. Currently, right now, we have 2 baseball fields, 2 soccer fields, and 1 football field that have lights that are being used by various nonprofit groups, various groups in our community. And one of the difficulties that we have is tracking exactly how much use is being used up there. Just due to the nature of sports and games and weather, things can change quite frequently when it comes to our fields. And so when it comes time for us to collect a fee or make an adjustment or turn lights on for someone or off for someone, right now it's the system is very difficult for us to do that. It takes a significant amount of staff time to actually send a physical person over there to unlock control boxes or unlock doors and flip switches and whatnot. And so we did some research and we saw what some other cities were doing and how they could create a mobile system, a light control system that can not only monitor and track who uses it and when they're using it, but also allows the city to have instantaneous access to be able to control those lights. Right now, we estimate that our nonprofit leagues use about 1,800 hours of sports lights on the various fields throughout the community. And so it is a lot of hours, it's a lot of time, and it's a lot of opportunity that we want to make sure we're collecting the fees and we're aware of who's using it and when they're using it. This particular system that we have offers us some great opportunity to have accurate billing, to be able to track the users. We can create accounts for the different leagues so that they can log in from their mobile device and turn a light on or turn a light off if practice ends early. It also allows us to provide the user the opportunity to save us electricity so that the lights aren't on when no one's on the field. Also, what it allows is for the public to actually be able to walk onto different fields. If the fields are available and there's no one on there, there's a sign that's posted at some of these fields. You can scan it with your telephone, and then you can actually walk onto a field and you can turn on the lights in 15-minute increments, and we can collect a fee for that, which is recorded in our fee schedule. We can create that fee, and so that anyone from the public can come on. So you don't have to be associated with, say, AYSO to go up to the soccer fields if you want to play soccer one evening after getting off work with your kids or your family or friends. You can log on to the site and have access and turn the lights on. So it really increases the use of the actual sports fields when they're available. Like I said, it's easy for us to control if something happens. Recently with all of our new things, we had to go out one day and shut down parks When we have to shut down parks right now, we have to go physically change keys or change locks at the actual park. So I have to send a staff member to go do that. With this new system, I could do it from my laptop or an iPad or my phone even, wherever I am, and we can make those immediate adjustments if there's an emergency or if something needs to be changed. It allows us to do that really quick. We can run some great reports. The Lights On Sites system is very mobile, very user-friendly. There is some fiscal impact for us. It does cost, in the report, records $33,413 is the cost to put this at 2 of our facilities right now. We are looking to install this system at our sports park and at Stewart Park at the baseball field. Eventually, in the future, when last meeting we got the CIP all set with Rangel, we'll include this in the upgrades at a future time for Rangel Park as well, because they have lights down there as well. But right now, we're currently proposing to put it at those 2 facilities. So today, we recommend that action. We recommend that you guys approve an agreement for the software system by the independent contractor Go Time Control for an online automated control system for sports field lights, and authorize the city manager to execute that agreement on behalf of the city of Beaumont. And if you guys have any questions, I'll answer them at this time.
Very good. Thank you, Doug. Any
Thank you.
public comment?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, I'm showing no public comment.
Very good. Yeah, it's open for discussion or comments from the council, or motion to approve the item number 14. Cannot see.
I had a couple quick questions there.
Okay, got questions in here? Go ahead.
So
Councilor
just a couple of quick questions. It was just awful strange when we mentioned that you can have walk-ons use it. I mean, you still going to have liability type waivers or contracts or so forth, aren't we? I'm assuming to protect the city for those that decide they might just want to walk on and use the field. Is there? I mean, is that true?
Sure, I believe that once, if someone wants to use the fields, they would, use it at their own risk, and we would probably have the signs when we post the signs that allow the people to use the lights. We can add some of that additional verbiage for them, but right now it would be the same. Right now, the public can, right now they're closed, but when parks reopen again, hopefully we'll have our community out there be able to use these sports facilities. So if they want to step onto a baseball field right now, they're only limited to do that in the daytime, because unless you're a nonprofit league like Beaumont BYB, Beaumont Youth Baseball, or if you've been given the key or have a rental or a reservation in place, then you can only go on that field during the daytime. Once it gets dark and once daylight savings hits, you're not able to use that field. And so this opens it up for us, for the public even more.
And I know that there's quite a bit of upgrade needed on that sports field electrical unit. I'm assuming this is obviously compatible with that, but when we do upgrade, is there going to be significant changes we're going to have to do to make this work with the new system, or is that just something?
No, this system will allow any future upgrades that we are going to input or install at any of our parks. It will be compatible with this system. This system allows us to grow. So right now at the sports park, for example, we just have the lighted fields on the south end. With future CIP, if we wanted to add more lighted fields, we could do that and add this to the system at no problem.
And that goes to one of the next questions. We had plans to expand the lighting on that sports park. That's still in future planning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what part of the budget is this? Did you have to move some stuff around? Because this came later into the year after your budget was already made. So I was just wondering where you adjusted it from. The 30.
We had money in our. Oh, go ahead, Elizabeth.
We had some cost savings in our budget. So this actually, from personnel and various projects that didn't get done in the general fund part of the budget. And so the $33,000 would be in this fiscal year. and not part of next year's budget.
Okay, and that 54,000 estimate, that seems pretty drastic. I mean, is that really what we're planning on saving or getting in? Is that in addition of what we're already taking in now? The 54,000?
We're actually, that's based on the fee schedule. We actually have zero income right now coming in from light usage.
So right now we're not, it's very difficult for us to specifically track the exact usage. Right now, for example, if a nonprofit league comes to us and they want to reserve the fields and the lights, what they'll do is at the very beginning of the season, they'll just kind of throw out an estimate. Yeah. And that estimate will be, hey, we plan on being out there this many hours, this much time. And usually what happens is that estimate changes, obviously, with weather. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. Sometimes games last longer and lights stay on longer. There's no tracking system right now on any of our lights. And so right now they're just on, and then there's the bill. And that's really the only way that we can use it is kilowatt usage. But that doesn't really tell us how many hours.
And I applaud you. It's a great idea. I think it'll really be more professional other than what I read about everybody having a key in town. So thank you.
Correct.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Pro Temp Laura?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
real quick. I'm sorry.
No, it's yours. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Doug, it looks like based on what you're saying is we'll be able to obviously track the lights better or the usage, but it'll also reduce staff time. And so there's also a cost recovery method there as well, correct?
Yeah, so we won't hopefully have to spend so much time. When we shut down fields recently, we had to go out, change locks. And because right now, if you have a reservation, if you have permission to use those fields, you have a key to that facility. And so right now, the only way for us to ensure that fields weren't being used, we had to change that lock. And so we had to hire a locksmith to come out and change that specific lock and put new locks on the facilities.
Sounds like a great idea, Doug. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And if I might just add, there's a cost savings. If we have a league, and this has happened frequently, if we have a league that forgets to turn the lights off, we end up usually getting notified in the middle of the night by the Beaumont Police Department, and then we have to call out an on-call guy. Right. And that is a significant hit to our budget with overtime and whatnot. And so there's a cost savings in that as well.
Okay, great.
Good. Go ahead, Council Carroll.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you just answered one of my questions, so I appreciate that. The other question I had is, so if I want to go use the field and this is in place and I'm not the nonprofit, I can go use the field. So you mentioned it's open to the public. Now, will it show up on a schedule that I can see that a nonprofit might have the field reserved in like an hour or so? Or am I going to end up with the public potentially having a conflict by using the field when the nonprofit comes on? Because the way you've done it before has been time consuming, staff consuming, etc. But there was a certain orderliness to it. When you open it to the public, you're going to have to smooth over that interface, and you can only do that if I see the schedule, right?
Correct. And so what happens is we'll do just like we normally do, and we meet with our leagues regularly to get their schedule of when they're using our facilities and fields and when they're going to need lights. And we're going to have that schedule from them right off the bat. And so we'll input that into the system, but inevitably there's going to be holes, there's going to be availability, there's going to be slots where they might not have practices. Maybe no one's there on Friday evenings, or maybe no one's there Thursday after 7:30 or something. And so when that person logs in, if it's already been reserved and someone has it, then it's not available, and it'll show them on the screen not available. But if it is available, it'll say 7:30 till whatever. Right now we have an ordinance that tells us when lights come off at the parks, and so it'll say they can reserve it from 7:30 until that time. and then they can log in, they can pay that fee, and they can turn those lights on.
All right, thank you. Excellent.
Very good. Anybody else?
Baron.
Baron, go ahead. I didn't see you.
Yeah, just one quick question. I see the cost up front for this year. Are there reoccurring costs out into the future? Do we have some kind of software
There
payment
is.
we make?
There is per facility, it's $1,020 per facility. And so right now it's $2,040 that we've incorporated that into our budget moving forward. And that's for software upgrade and for the software. Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. We move on and need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve an agreement for software system by independent contractor to Go Time Control Incorporated for an online automated control system for sports fields and lights, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city of Beaumont.
I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15, authorized merchant agreement with Open Edge for credit card processing services. Staff report. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Jeff Mullenkamp for the record. What you have before you is a request to move to a new credit card processor. We were notified back in, I think, early March from Tyler, who is our primary vendor for our financial system and our utility system, that they were no longer going to support our existing vendor for credit card purchasing, which is a company by the name of Authorize.net. What that means is that that would no longer be a direct interface into any of our financial systems, and it would be quite a cumbersome process to be able to account for credit card transactions in an efficient manner. As a result, what you have before you is we had two choices, essentially, of groups of vendors that actually interface directly with Tyler's software. Those were Elevon and Open Edge. We ended up actually getting quotes from each of them and talking to each of them and actually reaching out to the community. There's a Tyler community, if you will, of different users. And so we were able to follow up. And after all of that, we ended up making a choice to go with Open Edge. One of the deciding factors was that price-wise, they were fairly close. There was not a significant difference between the two vendors that were available. But what we liked is that with Open Edge, we not only had the interface directly through our Encode system, but also the InterGov system, which we use for our permitting. So it gave us a little bit more flexibility and the ability to stay with a singular vendor. As a result, what you have before you is a request to move forward with a merchant agreement and to authorize the city manager to execute that agreement with an Open Edge to move forward with credit card processing services. If the council makes that approval to authorization to go forward, we'll move pretty expeditiously to move on getting them in here before the end of the fiscal year. So we've already got them lined up if your approval comes forward to move on this in the next couple of weeks, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comments on?
I have no written comments.
Okay.
Do we have any commenters in the queue?
At this time, I'm showing no comments in the queue.
Very good. Now it's open for discussion, comments from the council or motion to approve.
Mayor, I'll move to authorize the city. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I was going to make the motion.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute a merchant agreement with Open Edge for credit card processing services.
I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 16, approve purchase agreement with Emphasis Computer Solution for the purchase of Simpro Treasury Management Software with total contract amount of $66,536. Staff report, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm actually pretty excited about this one from a standpoint of it's going to allow, I make my money through having analysis and being able to give you data that helps you make good decisions. And I do believe that the area of bond analysis and CFDs and the revenue streams we get in is one of the more complex areas that the city has. We have a large number of debt issuances. We bring CFD funds, and the CFD funds actually at this point are getting ready to eclipse our property taxes in the near future. So it's a very large revenue area. It's fairly complex. We have a number of different streams coming in. What this software does is it allows us to do a much more effective job of managing our bond issuances, not only from the standpoint of the debt service and the schedules of repayment of that debt, but also managing the data regarding the CFD, the funds that comes in for us, and how those funds can be evaluated. I believe that this is a fairly high profile and high priority item for the City Council, in that as being part of dealing with the Finance Committee on a regular basis. I know that the CFD's analysis and how we report that information to the public and interchange with them is an important item. I do believe that this data that we can get from this software is going to give us a better ability to report out what we're doing, what kind of monies we have, and basically be able to craft some really good reports for the council. At the end of the day, we are going to get some improvements in data storage. While we're going to be hosting this on our own servers, we will have more of a dedicated area for this, rather than just keeping it on spreadsheets. It will have its own database and be backed up by our IT shop in a way that we feel a little bit more comfortable with the data. And at the end of the day, for me, the value not only in being able to give you information on a better basis, it's going to free up some of my staff time. I've got one of my senior accountants that spends a good chunk of time just crunching numbers and getting these journal entries done on a regular basis. I can free that staff member up to do some analytical work in the areas of cost allocation and looking at grants management and things of that nature. So I'm excited that the software will not only do a better job of transparency, but free up staff time to work on some projects that I think are meaningful and important. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Public comments?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, I'm showing no comments in the queue.
Very good. It's open for discussion, comments. There you go. Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Just a quick question, Jeff. In my former position, I worked with the Tyler software and found them at times to be a struggle to find software that was compatible. I just want to make sure that you have a firm guarantee from this software provider that they are compatible with Tyler software, and that you won't have any issues moving forward. Because I agree with you, this is a great piece of software to have, and it'll help you reduce staff time. But I just want to make sure that they give you a guarantee that this will work with Tyler.
Yeah, no, we have. Thank you. It's a great question. We have been assured, both in writing and also actually as part of the agreement, that the integration of the software. The nice thing is that, look, I have a love-hate relationship with software, because you do get kind of trapped into where you are. As we just talked about the last item, we had to go to a vendor that was supported by our main software provider. Similarly, this is also a vendor that has a relationship with that integration software. we did look at a couple other software packages that did not guarantee that integration. So I believe we have that here, and it's one of the things that makes me excited about the package.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Very good. Council Martinez?
Yeah, I got 3 questions. So one of them actually was from Mayor Pro Tem Lara, referring back to Tyler. So I noticed that on the other system too, Tyler was kind of the deciding factor of which software to go through. So the Tyler Technologies is working okay for us, in your opinion?
You know, that's a fairly loaded question. Yeah, I also have a love-hate relationship with that as well. I think that having seen a few different software packages, it has some great functionality, but it also has some limitations. And some of those limitations have manifested themselves since I've been here. I do believe that it's our software for the next few years because it takes time and effort to get out of or get into a new ERP solution. So I think the things that we're doing now are fairly necessary because I think it would be a couple of years at a minimum, even if we started moving now to get out of that software package. Each software package is going to have some benefits and some liabilities. I think this one, and if I want to be honest with you, is fairly middle of the road. I would have to go out and look at some other packages to say that I could tell you I have one that's far superior. But from my experience, this is somewhere in the middle.
All right, and that leads us to the next question. It's a pretty big price tag. And going into recessionary budgets, I don't see us approving a lot of big numbers in the future. So are you pretty confident this is where you want to put your money into at this point?
You know, the reason I am, and I agree with you, I think that we have to be really careful about what we're spending at this point. The reason I am is because it is one of the more complex areas that we have in the financial arena in our shop. And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't avail ourselves to the good analytical strengths that this software will provide. I think it's going to help us tell the story better. And for on a self-serving basis, it does free up staff time to work on some projects that are very important and meaningful. And so because of those things, I do think it's worth it.
Okay, and the last question is the data ours is proprietary. If we go to a different system later, can we import the data into the new system? I mean, they don't.
So we would not, the bottom line is if we decided to leave and not use this system down the road, we would no longer be supported software. So the data would continue to reside on our servers, but we wouldn't get any upgrades to the software. We would no longer be supported if we don't continue to pay the ongoing maintenance fee.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Okay, I guess, I need a motion to approve the item number 16.
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement for professional services with Emphasis Computer Solutions for the purchase of Simpro Treasury Management Software, including a 3-year license agreement at a cost of $66,536.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 17. Provide direction to city staff regarding the development of a retail recruitment strategy. Staff report. Kyle?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you're fine.
Excellent. So before you tonight is an item that staff has come up with for a development of a retail recruitment strategy that builds off of the Economic Development Strategic Plan previously approved last year in August. And the EDSP last year really provided staff and the community a blueprint for attracting target development, business investment, what jobs we would like to strive to create throughout the community, all with the goal of really contributing to the long-term fiscal health of the city and its businesses. as part of that EDSP, there were certain industry targets that we were going to go after. One is based on job creation. So there were certain job creating industry groups that we have been targeting and attempting to attract to the city. Some with really good success and some with success that I'd like to have better, but it is what it is. Another key industry group that we were targeting within the EDSP is obviously the industry of retail and service. And as we move forward into 2020 and we're coming up on 2021 next year, the retail industry is always changing. And I think we all know that when we think about what our spending habits are now versus what it was 10 years ago, even 2 or 3 years ago. So with that adaptation of our spending habits and with that change, the retailers themselves have changed. You see smaller storefronts, you see smaller floor plans of different stores that used to be very large and are now consolidating. You see many stores closing and opting to go at it at an online perspective. The latest example of that right now is Nordstrom's, right? So iconic brand name throughout America is closing stores in lieu of doing online retail shopping where they'll send you things and you can send them right back if they don't fit or stuff like that. So we're really in a different time in terms of what retail is. And with that, the attraction campaign in order to attract these retailers must evolve alongside them or hopefully get even in front of them. So what we're proposing to do is establish a formal retail recruitment strategy which addresses some of those complexities that I just discussed. I proposed a framework of that retail recruitment strategy for you all to review and to let us know if that looks acceptable and adequate, or if you think that we're missing some key or certain elements, by all means, let me know and we can incorporate those. To go over them real quick, I identified 8 goals that I would like to identify within that strategy and hopefully be able to accomplish. One is to establish a unified long-term vision that builds on the EDSP. Number 2 is promote a business-friendly environment within City Hall. Number 3 is create and foster relationships with different industry experts. Number 4, engage in meaningful public-private partnerships. 5 is develop deep understanding of criteria retailers use for site selection decisions. Why that one is key is because it's ever changing. So we need to know kind of what they're looking at now in 2020 versus something that was acceptable or what they were really focusing on even 2 years ago in 2018. It's vastly different now. Ability to execute a fully integrated marketing plan, stress city's competitive advantages, and lastly, create a sense of place which attracts talent to the area to live and work in order to overcome the talent gap or the working gap that our city and every other city in California, as well as the nation, is going to face as more baby boomers retire and less individuals enter the workforce. If you do the simple math, we're going to have a void in terms of jobs available and talented workforce that's able to perform those jobs. And we're hoping to be able to attract talent to our city so that our businesses are able to fulfill their job positions and vice versa, provide jobs locally to people that wish to live within the pass area. So one of the key issues, and I touched on it, which is understanding of the criteria retailers are looking for. They're really looking for different types of data sets now. Before it was population within an area, it was incomes within an area, drive times, those types of industry standard metrics that we use at City Hall, as well as businesses use for their location recruitment or location strategies where they're going to look to relocate. And I'm not saying that those are no longer valid, but we're looking at a more modernized data set, typically referred to as psychographic data. And really, it helps the cities understand the people that live in the city, the people that can drive to the city within that drive time I spoke about. And it allows us to speak to retailers intelligently about facts that we know about their potential consumers that are going to locate to that area. A good example of what psychographic data is instead of saying that Joe Schmo citizen is a certain ethnicity, makes a certain amount of money, and lives in a certain area, it builds upon that. It says that Joe is married, he has 2 kids, he shops at X, Y, and Z business frequently. He often takes trips to certain places. It provides us and the retailers an idea of where they are in their lifestyle. So are they just out of college? Are they starting up a family? Like I said, Joe is with 2 or 3 kids. Are they empty nesters, or are they entering that retirement age? And all of those factor in to what the business entity, the retailer is looking for. So as you can see, when you start really diving deeper into some of these data sets, how you can make the case to a retailer that may not be aware that Beaumont's the right place for them by showing them exactly what the demographic makeup of our residents and consumers are versus what maybe they think they are. So with that said, I'll end my presentation. There are subscription services that cities can kind of purchase to allow for that demographic reporting. We believe that that type of analysis is going to run roughly $25,000, and maybe the acquisition of those data sets to be within the $5,000 range. They're really elements that are necessary for that proactive retail recruitment strategy. We're able to do our job without those, but honestly, it may be a little bit hindered, or we may be a little bit at a disadvantage from other cities that are utilizing those modernized, updated data sets. So the recommended action is staff does recommend council authorize 1, the development of a retail recruitment strategy, and direct city staff to issue a request for proposals to conduct that psychographic analysis that I explained. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very good, Kyle. Thank you. Public comments, if any?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, we have no comments in the queue.
Okay, open for discussions or comments on item number 17.
I got a few, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Nobody wants to jump
Nothing.
in. All right.
Go
Kyle,
ahead,
I got a
Councilor
few.
Martinez. Go
I got a few for you. So, one of my concerns is the timing, the recruitment of retailers right during a recession. I mean, is it wise to look into recruitment when we don't even know if some of these are going to exist, from month to month? Kind of just a rhetorical question. And then the next part of that is, do we have, once we try to sell the retailers that this is the place for them to come to, do we have the space for them? Because I know one of the complaints I hear is that we don't have the building spaces. We got land, but we don't have buildings for them to come into. And that's a concern, that we sit there and we sell our city, but we don't have those areas for them. So I'm wondering what we would have to do to get some of the development going to get places for them. So then we can sell and say, hey, we got some stuff, or coordination. I'm not sure. That's just a general question. But here are the ones that I actually want answers on. Those were just kind of for food for thought. If we don't approve this, what would you be doing with the EDSP? What would be our next step if we didn't? Sorry, Mike, can you hear me better? What would we be doing if we didn't approve? And what would be the next step?
So to answer the last question, what we would do if we didn't have the retail recruitment strategy as well as the psychographic analysis is I would probably ask you to just allow staff to formalize a recruitment strategy and omit that psychographic data set. We can still accomplish many of those different goals that I laid out in the staff report without that data set. But when we're looking at specific targets, and we could name them or leave them unnamed, but really what we want to do is be able to tailor our retail strategy and what we're doing to attract those per actual individual business versus casting a wide net. Looking at what our demographics are at that detailed level allows us to really see what our residents are actually doing in terms of their spending, where they are in their lifestyle, and hopefully that gives us that missing link in data that we can, one, identify the businesses that are looking at coming to the area, because we really don't want to spend a bunch of time on businesses that we all want, but they have absolutely no plans at expanding within the pass area. They're looking for larger population areas, those types of things. So we want to stay away from that. So I think that we'd develop something. It would just probably limit our ability when we meet with them face to face to speak at a higher educated level in terms of their industry group.
All right, and one of the parts of the plan that I really wanted to focus on was the bringing in of jobs, the quality jobs, the tech, the medical, and so forth. Where does that lie in the plan? Is that further down after this, or is there a way that we can incorporate that, looking into bringing in some of that as well? Or are we doing this in steps? We're doing retail first and then jobs later?
So the jobs component is something that's contained within the EDSP and that we're focusing on currently today. I don't necessarily need a more formal strategy in terms of job creation because the EDSP laid out that framework on the types of industries that we would like to see there.
Mm-hmm.
Those jobs are more about attracting to the community in terms of what services are needed or job employers like manufacturing or logistics that are looking at coming to this area, and allows us to prioritize which ones we spend time on when they're locating here or when they look at us. Retail is almost a whole nother animal in terms of the approach you have to take towards it. So,
and I ask that because I'm wondering, are you going to do it simultaneously, or are we going to do the retail first and then come back and do more on the recruitment, or is it just an ongoing thing where you keep doing it as you're doing other things?
Yeah, that's the fun part of my job is I don't do any one thing at one time. So we'll be focusing on job creation in areas where we're getting interest, like at the Sundance Corporate Center, within the business park area. Those things, when those come up, those are a top priority in terms of bringing in those industry sectors. But if someone calls me for industrial land that is a self-storage facility or simply a warehouse with 4 or 5 employees, those don't necessarily pique our interest or meet any of the goals. So I kind of handle those as they come up, or we reach out or work very closely with our development community. For example, Bruce McDonald, on what tenants that are getting interested in his buildings and trying to attract the right mix of tenants that meet all of our goals and the community's expectations. So we're kind of doing that every single day. And we're also trying to recruit retailers every single day. This just gives us a little bit more streamlined process and some better data in order to accomplish the latter.
Okay, I just want to be able, to tell the public that we're still in job creation mode as well. I didn't want to make it look like we're shifting or putting that on hold and switching to a different level. So it's just all ongoing. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Councilor White.
Kyle, I want to thank you for taking this step. I think it's much needed. Retail recruitment, I think, is really important because of the time that we're in, looking at finding ways to raise our revenues. I also think that based on what's happened over the last few months with the virus and the protests, I think there's going to be a lot of people wanting to move from urban centers, moving out to more rural areas, and not just residents. I think businesses are going to be interested in relocating, and I think we need to get ahead of the game. And I like your multi-pronged attack, but I can't emphasize enough how important I think the retail recruitment piece will be, not only to the direction of our city as far as revenue, but also the quality of life here for people not having to travel. We've got another issue coming up later about vehicle miles traveled, and we're going to have to find ways to mitigate that. So I applaud you on what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara?
Yeah, Kyle, great report. Is this on this RFP? If we move forward with this, is this something that perhaps the Economic Development Committee can assist you with, similar to what the financial committee did with the RFP on the auditor?
I think that we could definitely run it by them. In terms of what we're looking for, we plan on developing the actual retail strategy in-house and not paying someone to do that. We just need the use of the outside consultants that have the ability to pull that data set together to incorporate it into our plan. And I wouldn't have any problem sharing or reviewing that RFP for those types of consulting services with the Economic Development Committee before we publicize it.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle.
Very good. Go ahead, Councilor Carroll.
Kyle, this is an excellent approach. And it fits in perfectly with your goals that you've set. It's like a job interview. You have to be as smart as possible when you put your foot forward with these people. And this gives you the in-depth knowledge that you need to be able to be their peer when you really talk to them about their objectives and how it would be a win-win situation, and to follow along that line of reasoning with them. So I'm really, really excited, actually, that you're taking this step. You know that I've been supportive of you fine-tuning this for a while now. So you've got my support on 100%, and I think you're really moving in the right direction with it. So,
thank you.
And good explanation of it. My only objection is I hate to see anything with the term psycho on any of the staff reports. My only objection.
Very good. No, I mean, I will, echo that. All the council in here, you did a great job, Kyle. And I know the only, not questions, a statement is this, this will coincide on our new general plan, right?
Yes. The general plan, when it's going to be completed, is going to actually solve some of those issues that Councilmember Martinez brought up in terms of available space. We do have some, but eventually it's going to become limited. The general plan identifies new locations or rezones previously what I would consider underutilized properties as they're zoned. Creates more business districts or mixed use areas, which our current zoning does not actually permit or allow right now. So I think it definitely works very well with the general plan update.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I need a motion. Oh, hold on. Hold on that motion.
So
There's
one comment would be, okay, how do we pay for this? So we're talking 25,000 budgeted for psychographic, and then 5,000 for demographic subscription. What I propose to do is to repurpose the current dollars that we have allocated for the Townsend lobbying contract. I think we get more utilization out of this than we would with the Townsend contract. So what I would recommend is that we notify them that we would terminate that contract and repurpose these dollars to do this. I think where we are on the lobbying side, we probably need to do more targeted work than kind of the general things that we're doing. But considering the constraints we have, the need to develop this retail recruitment strategy to create fiscal sustainability, the fact that the retail markets, now that we've got our two neighboring cities which are developing commercial properties, we're going to be in a much more competitive market and need to be much foot forward to do this. So my recommendation would be, if you decide this is what you want to do, that we look at repurposing those specific dollars to cover these costs.
Very good. That's a good. Okay.
Is this a motion needed, or we're just authorizing?
Authorizing. Yeah. Go ahead.
It is a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, move to authorize the development of a retail recruitment strategy and direct city staff to issue a request for proposals to conduct a psychographic analysis.
I'll second that.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Okay, item 18, SB 743, Vehicle Miles Traveled, VMT, threshold for California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA compliance related to transportation analysis. Staff report. Oh.
Good evening,
Christina.
Mayor and council members. Christina Taylor, Community Development Director. Before you this evening with a resolution for adoption regarding a change in the CEQA transportation analysis requirements, moving from LOS, level of service, into VMT, vehicle miles traveled. A little bit of background, Senate Bill 743 is what has triggered this transition. The bill was adopted a couple years back, but the state has allowed cities until July 1st, 2020 to adopt these standards. SB 743 does represent a significant departure from our current method of analysis. So in order to take any action, before we took any action, WRCOG put together a study and did a lot of in-depth analysis with Fair and Peers to look at what all the thresholds are for the cities and what this would look like, big picture. And they really did a lot of the legwork for the cities because it would be a huge undertaking for cities to embark on this on their own. So Fair and Peers work looked at methodology, it looked at thresholds, and it looked at mitigation. Since this is a CEQA, a change in CEQA, this will be tied to environmental documents, which means there will potentially be mitigation measures required as a result of the VMT, vehicle miles traveled analysis. So as part of the methodology, baseline VMT was established, and they also looked at a variety of modeling, including the RIVTAM or RIVCOM, Riverside County Travel Demand Model. And that is what is utilized for this analysis. So there will be a new version of the model updated, and it will be compliant with SB 743. And there's also some tools for assessment that are provided. The tool can be utilized by any city, and it helps screen out certain types of uses that may not be subject to VMT analysis. So if there's one bit of good information in this or good that comes from the change, it will be that there are some businesses that will inherently screen out based on either size of the building or type of use that's taking place or location. So cities and consultants alike will be able to put in the information about a project and then get some screening results put out that will help give an initial look at what type of analysis may be required, or if any analysis is required. The thresholds are really the crux of the issue for VMT. So we have some baseline thresholds that were established from data that had been gathered over the years. We have countywide data, we have city-specific data, and we have data regarding residential trips generated and then business trips generated. And so the part of what we're looking at in the threshold section, there were 4 options, and I'll direct you guys to option number 3, which is thresholds consistent with the regional transportation plan, sustainable community strategy, future year VMT for projects by jurisdiction or sub-region. And basically, this is the option that I feel is best for the city because it allows us as a city that's different than some of the larger Western end cities such as Corona or maybe a Temecula or Riverside. It allows us a little more flexibility to utilize our general plan and also to take into account the type of environment that we have as a city. We're not a big metropolitan area. We do not have any high quality transit as defined by the state of California. And all of those things are factored into the decision making and the thresholds and the amount of reduction that we're going to be required to meet through this VMT program. And there are a variety of mitigation measures that are included, that are available, and that the city has to utilize at their disposal as we analyze projects. We will have updated traffic impact analysis guidelines. So when projects come in, anything submitted after July 1, 2020 will be required to follow these VMT guidelines. And so projects will be analyzed based on that. Just so you are aware, we are still including level of service guidelines in the general plan. So we'll have both CEQA requires VMT now as the method of analysis, but we as a city can still utilize level of service to look at how our streets are moving and make sure we're not having adverse impacts and how our traffic flows. So with that, staff is recommending waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, adopting vehicle miles traveled, thresholds of significance for purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Christina. Is there any public comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments.
Okay.
Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, there are no comments in the queue.
Very good. Now we're open for discussion or comments. Council? Council White?
Thank you. Christina, let me first compliment you on finding some good news in this process. There's been a lot of discussion around at RCTC about how this is going to impact us, especially the more rural cities. It's another move by our state to try and put a one-size-fits-all that may be good for the high-density areas like the cities, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, and is not, I think they're fully aware of the unintended consequences that are going to come from this, but they just don't seem to care. So I do know that RCTC just sent a letter, we authorized a letter to be sent to the governor to ask the governor to intercede and put this on hold. I understand that we can't really, as a city, wait for the response to that, and that we are under a deadline to get it to January 1st, and I'm pretty sure why most cities didn't jump into this 2 years ago is because they were all hoping that it would change. So you did bring up the level of service. We're still using it in the general plan, but how will that apply, or does it apply at all in CEQA? I mean, because we're not going to be able to, a lot of the projects we're building out here is to bring more business and more population to the area, which is all going to increase VMTs. So can level of service still be used in some way in the CEQA process?
So no, level of service will not be allowed to be utilized as a point of analysis for CEQA. However, we can still establish level of service guidelines in our general plan, and we as the city can still utilize those because they're in the general plan as a goal or a policy for how we would like our streets to function, and still have some project conditions based on that. And I don't know if Jeff wants to add anything more to that. I've seen him jump on here.
No, I don't much. I think that what's going to happen now is you're effectively in some ways doubling the impact on some of these developments. So there is mitigations to be determined in the VMT analysis. I think that's part of the problem that you'll see with some of this is that a lot of those are undefined. They are still being developed. But from a consistency with how we operate now, level of service will still be assessed and conditioned to projects accordingly via requirements of the general plan. There are some minor nuances in adopting this that we are looking to. So technically now we utilize the Riverside County guidelines for traffic impact analysis. We will be moving forward with utilizing WRCOG's traffic impact analysis requirements. They are largely the same from delays at intersections, roadway capacity. There are some minor deviations that or enhancements that we would utilize, and a lot of those have to do with public safety things, sight distance at intersections, stopping sight distance, things that we would normally look for anyways in addition to our TIA requirements. But other than that, it's really status quo on the level of service analysis. It's just now being administered via the general plan versus via the CEQA process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Anybody else? Okay, I don't have.
Need a motion? Need a motion to, to adopt the item number 18.
So I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont adopting vehicle miles traveled, thresholds of significance for purposes of analyzing transportation impact under the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Christina. Jeff, thanks. Okay, on item number 19, award change order 16 for the WWP expansion and renovation project for the pump station at the EQ Basin in an amount not to exceed $667,487.82. Staff report, Ms. Day.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the final change order associated with the original 4 items that we brought to you last May and got authorization to move forward with design and pricing. This is, as part of your project, you were building an EQ basin. The original concept of the EQ basin was that it would gravity flow back to basically the beginning of the system and then be processed through. So it would overflow and then come back through gravity. After looking at it and what we talked to you about last May is that, basically we have some concerns if everything kind of failed in a certain way, we could potentially have an overflow situation of pretty significant portions. We originally estimated that this project would cost right around $500,000. The final pricing came in at $667,000. There were a couple of modifications and items that followed as part of this that I listed in the staff report. A lot of the pricing, however, I will say, as we move a little bit further down through the project, we're getting closer and closer to the end. Not unusual for pricing change orders to continue to go up a little bit. With this, we did go back and forth multiple times with the contractor to try to achieve better pricing. Your construction manager as well as your design team tried to refine it best as possible, and this is essentially where we landed. You'll see that this is change order number 16 in your table. That brings your total number of change orders to roughly about $2.4 million, leaving right about $1.59 million left in contingency. With that, staff recommends that you approve change order number 16 with the not to exceed amount of $667,487.82. And just one more piece of good news, since I'm not doing the update reports, we are working on the commissioning of the plant. We are having commissioning meetings weekly now. The expected date of firing up the brand new plant with the expansion is next month. And we would be expecting to discharge brine sometime after that. Talked with SAPA today. Your permit with OCSD and SAPA has been submitted and came back with 6 items today, nothing that was significant or unachievable. And in the concept with OCSD and SAPA is not an if anymore, it's a when we get permitted. And so that's exciting news. But I think even more exciting is we are actually really talking about commissioning and running water through your brand new plant. So with that, staff recommends approval.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comment, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, there are no comments in the queue.
Very good. So it's open for discussion or comments. Council White? Hey,
You're smiling.
I know. I can see it.
No coffee tonight, Christine?
No.
No coffee.
You're
I held up. You guys don't like it when I drink coffee at night.
No, congratulations on next month. Wow, that'll be exciting. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's good. Okay. Hey, same thing here. I mean, congratulations and thank you so much. I mean, we're fully connected, right, on the brine line?
The brine line is 100% in, connected from end to end. We have some test plates in until we are fully permitted and receive that back. But yes, 100% brine line in, membranes are being installed. It's a really exciting time at the plant.
That's
I've got
good.
some pictures that I will share with the city manager that he can share out as well. Just looks totally different than what you started roughly 18 to 20 months ago. But we're all super excited and ready to get underway with phase 2.
That's great. But if we look forward, I mean, we're looking on next year full completion, probably around this date also? Around.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. What an accomplishment. Very good. Thank you. Need a motion to approve the change order on item number 19?
Mayor, I'll move to approve change order 16 for the wastewater treatment expansion and renovation project in a not to exceed amount of $667,487.82.
Mike? Okay, I'll second. I was waiting for Mike.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Day.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we take a quick break? We still have a number of
We
decent
have
sized items left,
another
right?
probably 4 and then report.
Oh, they're all quickie items?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on his report.
I vote for a break.
Okay.
Oh, move a break. There you go.
I was just calculating.
For 5 minutes.
Do it. Do it.
Do it. Well,
Let me make sure we're all unmuted before.
We have to
Practiced
talk to
in the
staff.
mirror for weeks, though. I practiced in the mirror for weeks, though.
Oh, are
Okay,
we on?
With.
we're good to go. Go ahead, Mayor. You're good to go.
Okay. We're back on break on 9:21, and item number 20, review of local emergency declaration established via adoption of City of Beaumont Resolution Number 2020-07, adopted on March 17, 2020. Staff report, please.
Thank you,
Hi.
Mayor. As we read, on March 17, 2020, City Council considered and passed Resolution Number 2020-07, and that created the basis to establish a local emergency declaration that was directly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a requirement to review that at least every 60 days. So the City Council did review this resolution and declaration on May the 5th of 2020, and it was not modified. Since that date, the underlying basis for determining the original emergency declaration still remains unchanged. So we still have the state emergency declarations. We still are going through various stages of response. There is still the potential of having other federal dollars which may come through. So due to that, city staff would recommend that we do continue to maintain the existing resolution unchanged. Should that happen, the city staff would then need to make sure that we bring back to you another review of this no later than August the 4th of this year. So with that, Mayor, Council, turn it back to you guys.
Very good. Thank you, Todd. Okay, any public comments on this item? Number 2?
I have no written comments. Do we have any commenters in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, I'm showing no comments in the queue.
Okay, any comments or discussion on this item, Council? If none, we need to make a motion on item number 20 on this recommendation.
I guess I move that there be no change regarding the local emergency declaration.
Okay, I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Thank you. Move on item number 21, procedures and timing for conducting public meetings in Beaumont Council chambers. Staff report. Oh, Mr. Pardon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. City staff has been discussing protocols and processes to bring city operations really kind of back. So now that the community is moving around, businesses are reopening, people are wanting to get back to business as normal or usual. Been turning our attention to, again, what we need to do from a city operational perspective. We still have the opportunity to be able to conduct meetings like we are right now with remote access in. However, there's been, I know, a desire discussed within the community, and I've discussed, with some individual council members, really kind of when we can begin to look to allow people to physically begin to attend city council meetings and our other public meetings. We still have pandemic conditions. There are still various guidelines and orders for public gatherings and things like that that we still need to try to comply with and pay attention to. So we've put together some recommendations, some guidelines to look at. So really what we're asking council is if you're ready to try to take this step and the timeline for which you would like to take the step. I will tell you from the administrative side, we are looking to begin to bring any staff who's been working remotely in and start to work on a rotational work schedule starting on the 29th. The plan is to reopen City Hall to some limited public access into the building starting July the 6th. So we were looking to have the building open from 8 to noon, Monday through Thursday to start with. As we see additional traffic and customer walk-in demand for services in the building, then we could look to modify that and expand that as we go. So we're looking at that process, looking at how we accommodate city functions and achieve our distancing requirements and all those types of things and a variety of protocols. So as it comes to these meetings, we've got 8 protocols that we had identified for reopening public meetings. Now, and they really kind of address some of the basic social distancing parameters. For example, face masks, trying to achieve 6-foot separations. We see the need to continue to maintain phone-in and email options for people that may still not be comfortable about coming to public meetings. Quite honestly, I think the phone-in options and email options may be a legacy that live on. They create maybe a better opportunity for people to participate as we think about moving forward. Anyway, and then some basic screening components. If an individual has a fever, then they shouldn't come into the meetings. If they need to be symptom-free, all those types of things. One of the things we have to think about from a functional perspective is, as you can see, we can't get a lot of people into the galley here to physically attend the meetings. In addition to that, the room 2s, 3, and 4 are rooms that we may need to utilize to house staff in. So those really won't be available for potential overflow. So we're looking to probably queue people. You might have 1 or 2 people that could sit in here, but we would need to queue people down the hallway and potentially outside to be able to allow them to come in should we have that many people attend. If you think about having 5 members or 7 members of council or one of your committees here, then obviously that's gonna lap over into these spaces, which will require staff to sit in the back or to occupy here. So you may not be able to have the general public sitting in this meeting if we try to work within these distancing guidelines. So they'd queue outside and would have to kind of work through. Some of just the logistics we're working through is how do you check temperatures? One option would be technology. We've looked into the potential of leasing thermal scanners. So basically, as you walk by the scanner, it can scan you and determine or set off an alarm or an indication that an individual may have a temperature or a fever. I hope to have a temperature, but hopefully not a fever. We have some things like that we're looking at. Actually, I was talking to Councilman Lara about this concept, and he made a good suggestion, which was potentially having an RN at the beginning of our public meetings so that we could actually have temperatures taken by a professional to look at that as a potential option. Mayor, Council, I'd like to turn it to you guys for your input with regard to whether you like these criteria, whether we're missing something, and then the timeline that you would like to think about allowing or reintroducing the community back into the meetings that we have here. So that turn it back to you guys.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
At this time, ma'am, I'm showing no comments in the queue.
Okay, very good. So we're open for a discussion. Council, comments? Okay, Councilor Martinez?
Yeah, just a few things. I think it is, it's time if we're asking, people to go back to businesses and so forth. I think it is time that we start opening up City Hall. So I think it's definitely overdue. According to the staff report, you have here the beginning of July, which I think is reasonable after the holiday. The only concern I had was a couple of one. So if we're going to close off the overflow rooms and we're going to queue along the hallway, I'm assuming we're going to have maybe some sort of a seating spacing or something, a few, because, I don't want to restrict the handicap or the elderly for coming. We're getting into rainy season, so some people that want to come here, we need to have at least indoors, something like that. And then I'm glad you brought up the way of doing the temperature check, because I was a little concerned on 6, where it says individuals who have a fever or who are exhibiting signs of illness to be prohibited. So that signs of illness and prohibited kind of worry me, because I don't know who's qualified to make that decision. How can we say that that's a sign of illness, but that's not, and what does that mean? And then prohibit, I think we can get into some issues with that. So I'm a little concerned about how that's going to look. It's necessary, but we have to do it, with tactfulness and making sure we're not discriminating against some that might have conditions that look like illness. I mean, we're not doctors, so we don't know. So those are my concerns. But I think it's about time that we bring back. It is unfortunate that we can't have more in here, but I think keeping the email and the phone, as long as we get all the bugs out of it, working, then I think that's always a positive thing. And I think you're right. It might be just something that public might continue to use. So anyway, so I support bringing back public and opening. I think July is a good time frame. Also, before I end, I just want to ask, are we thinking about disinfecting? So if we have people coming to the podium, are we going to have people come up and wipe after each one? Are we thinking of limiting our restroom occupancy? I know a lot of places have limits to, one per, use. And then are we going to provide masks to the public for those that come that don't have one, or sanitizer and so forth? So those are the only questions I would have. And as long as they were addressed, I would be comfortable. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Council?
Yeah, I guess if no one else is ready to go. No, I agree with Mr. Martinez. We do need to move towards opening, and I agree with the idea, and I think people will use the call-in feature. So I want to thank Nicole for being patient with that tonight. And I know it's been a rough start, but once it gets working, I think there'll be a big benefit to having that. I think it'll give us more participation from people who aren't going to jump in the car and get down here, and they can just follow it while they're at home. So I'm good with that. I think Mr. Martinez brought up some really good suggestions and ideas that I had not thought about. My only concern here is item number 5. I think that we're in a position in this county now where masks are not required. They're highly recommended. And, I think a lot of us are in a position where we are considerate of other people's wishes. And I personally, when I go to the store, I wear a mask. When I am in a room full of people wearing masks, I wear a mask. There are some times, just happened earlier tonight, where I'm in a room with somebody who's not wearing a mask, and we're both comfortable talking to each other. I will make a commitment to continue to wear a mask in attendance and inside of City Hall at all times. However, I think at the dais, if we're practicing 6 feet of separation, that I think it's important. It's important to me to be able to sit up here and speak freely. I think it's happened a number of times tonight and before where people couldn't understand what was being said. And for me, it gets to a point after 2 or 3 hours of wearing a mask where it's hard for me to breathe. So I think that we should allow for us to conduct business up here without a mask. I don't think there's any reason, I don't think anyone's suggesting that we make attendance by members of a committee mandatory, that they can still call in if they're not comfortable. If we get to a point where we have 7, 8, I don't know, how big's the biggest committee we have? About 8 people, 9 people, economic development?
EDC is 12 or 13.
Okay, so, if we can't do the separation there, then maybe we consider, again, I want to be considerate to other people. And I also hope that they will be considerate to me and my comfort or my decision not to wear a mask when I'm up here on the dais. Have we considered using the gym as a staging area for people queuing up to come here and speak?
Yeah, we hadn't thought about that, but that's an option we could look at. One of the things operationally we were contemplating for city operations was moving some of our senior support services into the gymnasium. So we should have some setups that may be ready to do that.
Okay.
It's a good point. I hadn't thought of
You
that.
could put a big, one of the screens over there and you have plenty of room to do separation. I remember we had a council meeting there once,
I know.
about 300 people for a warehouse discussion, and it still looked almost empty.
Gotcha,
So I think that's, I was curious why we didn't try that as an option for us to begin with. Because you could hold a council meeting in there. It's not ideal, but again, I think for staging area, for queuing. So everything else I think looks great, and the sooner the better, I agree.
Council?
I was looking up there.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara.
So, and I'm sorry, are we talking, I didn't get to hear that last comment. Was that about moving into the,
Gymnasium.
No, Mike, that was just queuing lines through, having people waiting, the public who wants to wait to speak, having them queue or stand in line or sit in the gymnasium before they come in.
okay, yeah, I don't anticipate having a lot of people waiting to get in to speak. But yeah, that makes sense. As far as masks on the dais, it makes it a lot easier without a mask to understand what's being said. That's for sure. Maybe what I would add to that is, if you're not going to wear a mask on the dais, is that we have a method of sanitizing the microphone, just to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to ensure that things are sanitized. I think July 7th would be a good day to start our meetings. And as Councilman White said, we have the option of still staying home if we feel the need to. Zoom seems to be working better, and we're getting more options for people to call in, which I think is great. Staying and working through the technical difficulties is always a challenge, but I'm sure they'll get better. But the list looks good. Again, checking temperatures, I think, as people come into the building, I think is a great idea. Other than that, I'm good with what's been proposed so far.
Thank you, Mike. Council Carol?
I think I think the recommendations are good. I recently had to go over to Loma Linda. They checked temperature. I went to a doctor's appointment at the big clinic on Anderson, and they had 2 tables inside the door. I'm not saying we should do this, but I was very impressed with how efficiently they did it. They checked the temperatures. They asked you 5 questions, and we wouldn't need to do this here because we wouldn't have the volume, but they basically put a sticker with the date on you, or gave it to you to put on, so that it was, when you walked around the building, everybody was comfortable that you'd had your temperature taken, and those 5 questions, you know, do you have a fever? You know, do you know anybody with COVID? Have you been exposed? Blah, you know, there were 5 standard questions, and that seemed to work very smoothly, and people seemed to be more confident walking in corridors, et cetera, you know, with other people that they knew had been checked at coming in. I think keeping a remote option for some people is, they're going to want to maybe do that. Call in, write in, whatever we can accommodate them with. If that makes somebody feel safer to make their comments or to express their concerns in a public meeting, then by all means, we should carry that forward for a little bit longer. So pretty much, I agree. And I do, I'm glad you brought that up about the microphones, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to have potentially other people use the dais too. So we should do a wipe down before and after every meeting of, you know, the computers and everything like that, which I'm sure probably the city manager had already planned on. And maybe every, you know, other common touch surfaces or something like that. But I think it's good. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, the list is good. I mean, you know, all the comments that we have in here, that's also on my list. And sanitation, sanitize the microphone, every use of, especially coming from the public. That's very, very good. The only thing that my understanding on the CDC, you know, rules is the, you know, the ingress, egress of the in and out of the room. And it should be, you know, it has to have a flow. You cannot, the public could, you know, bump each other on the entrance. So if there's an entrance in there, there should be an exit on the public section. So that's my only concern. Probably when we do it in here, there'll be exit over here. So I don't know how we're going to do that. I mean, you know, that's my understanding on the flow of public. It has to be continuously flowing. And yeah, other than that, the list is very, very good. That's the comment I have. Okay. Any other comments? Steve? Okay. Very good. So do a motion to on this recommendation.
So if I can kind of maybe do a
Yeah,
recap.
go ahead.
So we're okay with the 8 statements with 2 clarifications. The first is on item 5. We're saying that face masks are to be strongly recommended
Yes.
on item 5.
Now, is that for dais or is that for city employees? I thought,
Or for everyone.
I think it's for the dais and for the public.
ooh, I thought you were just talking about dais.
I was, but then you're going to get into how come the council member up there can not wear his mask, and I want to come up and speak at the podium. Maybe we could say at the dais or at the podium.
Well, the purpose behind the masks for the general public is if we're queuing down or if we're in the building, in the gymnasium. So the one thing about the gymnasium, we got 2 sets of doors. So I'm envisioning we enter one side and exit out the other. And the traffic flow we talked about for just daily operation is you come in on the east side down the hall and you exit on the south door. unless you need the ADA ramp, then you can go back the other way. So we're trying to keep kind of a one-way traffic flow, through the building. So the masks, if you're in the gymnasium or in the hallway, keep you from, contaminating somebody else. Certainly if you come to the dais, sure, you can remove the mask to speak. And I'm thinking about when Riverside County handled the opening discussion, they're talking about the county policies. When people came to the podium, they took off masks, or if they were socially distanced, they weren't wearing masks, I noticed. So we could do something like that. But if you're not in the meeting presenting, maybe, but we do need to do hygiene between. The other thing that we were prepared to do was to provide masks. So as people are coming in, if they forgot a mask or didn't have, we don't kick them out. We just say, hey, we've got a supply here for you if you need that. So
I'm okay. I'm good if you want to go that route, that when they come to speak to the podium. I
I
think
have no
one of the
problem.
problems you have when you make it required of the public, I mean, it's different because you can require that of your staff. But to require it of the public and someone says, you can't make me, then what do we do? What position do we have at that point? And I think anything could lead to a bad outcome. I mean, I think that's just my opinion, but I'm good if it's the dais and the podium, if that's where we want to start.
That's what I would support.
And then probably I could interject on that. I mean, if somebody, any, refuse or something, I mean, probably, the way we do it on the, showing properties, talking to people and everything, we have a disclosure they have to sign before they come in on the building. So that's the COVID, disclosure. So I don't know if John or somebody could improvise that, and that would be safer for us too, for liability.
So you
If
have
want to
a,
do that, I mean,
so you have a citizen sign a disclosure as
that's
they're
correct.
coming into
Before
the
they
building?
come in and everything, they sign it and everything. I mean, they could have a copy on that. So that will be, we're more, safer on our end on that. I could provide you on the real estate side, so you could, that will be a model for that. That's the way we operate now in real estate.
Mayor, is that in lieu of a mask, or is that in addition to the mask requirement?
I think you could actually add that into the sign declaration that says, I'm
it's there.
being told to wear a mask, and
That's correct.
and here I'm choosing not to, and at least they can sign off on it.
You're right on that, on that declaration or the, disclosure in there. The mask it's a must on that. You have to wear it.
So
Well, there's-
That's the CDC.
So the mask is required unless you're presenting, talking to
Yeah.
council.
That's correct.
And then the disclosure is a disclosure that you're certifying that you're not sick. Is that
You're
the
not sick,
disclosure?
and then you're taking the risk also
Okay, so,
on the building.
so
Doesn't
you-
it also say that you have not been in contact with someone who is sick?
Yeah, there's a disclosure on that.
okay,
I could
so,
provide that to you, and then,
okay. So,
modify it.
and so then the other thing I had is a better definition of the signs of illness as well. So on discussion point 6,
Yeah, I mean, I would probably list the ones that their CDC lists, coughing, whatever they are. This way you know that it's not, fidgeting or winking or, something like that.
One of the things we talked about with the helping businesses open was the idea of being a resource for them regarding some of the policies and practices.
Yeah.
And I think if we could do, as you suggested, maybe lease or rent, whatever we need to do the temperature checks, I think that would, I personally wouldn't mind getting my temperature checked once a week or every other week.
okay.
That's great.
So I think that might be a good way, plus set a good example for our businesses.
And I think Tesla's come mounted with temperature recognition now. See,
I know, he goes.
so you need to run out and get
So
everybody
you're
a
gonna get
Tesla.
us each a Tesla?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I move that we all get a Tesla. Here in seconds.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like a motion, but you need
Okay,
a
so,
motion or direction?
so, no, that's good. Got that direction there. So you're
Direction,
comfortable with
okay.
those 9 items as we adjusted. So we'll get it set up, and
Very good.
we'll be targeting that July 7th date to reintroduce the community back into our public meetings.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move on. Item 22, report by COVID-19 recovery. There'll be ad hoc committee on the Beaumont back to business program. Todd, please.
Oh, thank you. So we have our 2 esteemed members of the ad hoc committee. We have Mr. Ad and Mr. Hawk. So Mayor Ad and Councilman Hawk. So those are the street names they assigned to themselves when we started this effort. Again, we had a special meeting on March 22nd of the City Council where the ad hoc committee was created. And they aggressively went to work that night, Friday night, to really kind of try to begin to identify just what the program was going to be, kind of what the objectives of the program would be, and then kind of laid out some general strategic steps or processes to try to get there. So at that time, there was a determination that we needed to establish some staff support to the ad hoc committee and to the team. So we had representatives of economic development, public information, the police department, and human resources. And so the endeavor was to try to, as quickly and aggressively as we could, to reach out into the business community, have conversations with them, and kind of let them know that we were looking for ways to try to be a resource to help them open in a safe way and in a successful way. The other concern was, okay, how do you make employees feel safe in a manner that they would be willing to come back to work and would feel safe in the endeavor for themselves and for their families. So we talked about a process for that. And then an additional conversation cropped up with regard to trying to gauge what the general public felt. And if we're opening retail stores, how do we provide information to our retailers and to our businesses to say, hey, this is what our general public needs to feel safe so that they felt comfortable coming back to patronize the business. So we created a program that looked at proactive outreach, calling major landowners, major retail center owners and managers, and then using that effort to leverage into reaching all of their renters and their other storefronts. So that was really being facilitated through economic development. The PD, through the COPS program and through the BLO, has a list of business contacts for some of our larger retail operators. And they've got, of course, all the managers and other contacts that they had. So ultimately, they began making calls to reach out. We created a little flyer that we provided to the businesses to try to explain what we were doing and encouraging them to take a survey that we developed. And so that was the portion on the business side. Ultimately, we reached out to over 200 businesses. And so, as we talked a little bit earlier, we have a little over 500 actual physical storefronts, and we have over 800 businesses that are certified licensed businesses within the community. When you look at individual operators, home occupations, all those types of things. So our focus really was on the brick and mortar, on the storefronts and the retail and service providers. So on the labor component, Human Resources went to work to try to identify, if best we could, what labor bargaining units were representing employees in the city of Beaumont. And so actually we were kind of surprised because we identified a dozen that we could identify of different labor groups out here. And so we went through a process then to reach out and contact every one of those to get their input on what they were looking for, what their represented employee groups were talking about and needing. And so that information was all brought together into a single document. That document was then reshared back with those groups, those labor groups, and to provide some additional confirmation or fine tuning. We really, after that initial go around, there's a lot of consistency, so there wasn't a lot of additional alteration we needed from there. So we put that together. And then finally, the citizen survey component of this. On the citizen survey, we were interested in trying to find out what the senior citizen element of the community may feel like, and then how does the general public look? And so what we were concerned about is those are two very different retail groups and retail markets. So, where were their commonalities? Where were their differences? And again, for businesses that may cater to one segment of the population or the other, they would have a better idea on what was needed. So the purpose of that citizen survey process was to identify, how comfortable are you with getting back to business as normal? What types of things are you looking forward to getting involved in again? And then what are the types of things that need to be done by the business to make you feel comfortable to go back and re-engage? So we did a citizen survey on that. So we had close to 200 actual, or 226 total surveys completed when you looked at that. So you had 90 senior citizen surveys submitted and 136 general public surveys submitted. So, so that was the input component. We are now assembling all the feedback from that information together into a report that we will put on a city website as a resource tool, one more resource tool available to our business community. Now, in addition to that, over the course of the last several months, we've been developing various resource tools for our community, for the business community particularly, trying to identify or try to help explain where we were in stages of reopening, and also trying to provide information where businesses could get access to any additional financial help. So the PPP, the state programs, other grant programs that were out there that had funds available, we tried to identify all those and put those together into what we called a toolkit. So that toolkit has a chart which talks about all the different programs that are there, and then that chart has links. So here's a link that takes you to the USDA, or here's a link that takes you to the Small Business Development Center, or whatever program it was. There's a link that actually you could click on, and it takes you to that location. So what we did through this effort, as we identified these issues, identified some of that information, got additional better information through the state, through the county, and through the federal government, CDC, all those types of things, we concentrated that into a single web page that we put under the brand. So one of the very first things that the ad hoc members did is they said, we need to brand this, we need to name this program, which was the Beaumont Back to Business. So we created now a Beaumont Back to Business web page that has some highlights of information and products on it, which includes the business support toolkit. It's got, again, links to various other business development websites that are across all levels of government. We've got links to restaurant meal delivery programs, and that really harkened back to the USDA grant that the county received that was really looking for restaurants to sign up, and they were basically paid through this program to deliver meals to seniors. So we encouraged and try to put information out for those local businesses to be able to sign on and become service providers through that program. Ashley created a really cool interactive table that highlights where we are with the state recovery plan. And so what you can do is you can click on stage 1, for example, and it'll show you what the policies are and what businesses are impacted by that and what specific guidelines have been approved. So we're still in our modified stage 2. So you right now can go to modified stage 2, click on it. It has a drop-down menu that then shows you what businesses are impacted, and it's got all the guidances that are there that are up to date. So you can click on those, and those can take you right there to those guidances. We've got links to the Riverside County business reopening framework. So the policy and guidelines that are there, and now you've got the new grant program that the county is implementing. So all those types of things and resources are available. And then finally, we just recently added an online form so local business owners can submit any concerns that they may have. So we've got that feedback loop that are there. In the back of the report, you can see, some key documents. So, for example, you can kind of see a recap of where we are with the Back to Business survey results. You've got the survey results from the Back to Business citizen surveys. And then in that, you can see the general public responses, and you can see the senior citizen responses and the cumulative responses. And then finally, you can see the labor groups feedback components that were presented to the city. A couple things I might highlight on the statistics. I mean, I'd be happy to spend the next 2 hours rolling through all the statistics. I did have coffee today, so I'd be more than happy to roll through those. But just to kind of highlight some key things that we keyed on as an ad hoc committee, in terms of the businesses, 37% of the respondents said that their businesses were forced to close during the process. So the interesting thing was 2/3 of our business community was still operating, even in some form or fashion. 29% said they lost customers. So if you're a retail establishment or whatever, but that means 71% still kept their customer base. 50% said that they were very familiar or familiar with Newsom's Resilience Roadmap. 55% said that they were very familiar with the county's reopening framework. So it was kind of interesting because more were familiar with the county than they were with the state, but only half of them really kind of had a sense of what that was. And then 2/3 of them, or 3/4 of them, said that they would not have difficulty meeting the guidance requirements for reopening. And another interesting component was 67% that they didn't intend to apply for financial assistance. So that question really kind of drilled into, okay, not only did we ask you whether you were going to apply, but we also asked why not. And the lion's share of those said that really there was too much red tape or that there was a problem meeting the conditions of accessing those funds. So I can tell you, because I listened to a lot of business discussion with regard to the PPP. The PPP was not an effective program for restaurants because of the requirement to maintain your staffing levels. And so the issue is, if I can only open my door and have 25% or 50% of my business, and I'm relying now on takeout or pickup, I can't keep the staff here. I can't keep them employed. And so, there are some issues like that that kind of cropped up. With regard to the citizenry, 59% of the general citizenry said that they were very comfortable or somewhat comfortable with getting back to business as usual. 69% of seniors felt that way.
Did the general citizenry include seniors, or was it two separate groups?
It's separate. So how we segregated it is we had a specific targeted survey that went to Four Seasons and Solera.
Okay.
And then we had another set that went out to the other communities. So we used Nextdoor as the primary vehicle to get that out. So we were able to very well target where those surveys went to. So it was kind of interesting as we kind of went through. Another 74% said that the pandemic changed their spending habits. So 75% of general citizenry changed their spending habits. 83% of seniors changed their spending habits. So, and the majority of the general citizenry said that they increased online shopping. So only 27% increased online shopping versus 50% of seniors. So it was kind of interesting when you look and you delve into kind of what those patterns were and how that changed some of those elements to it. When you look at the type of things people are looking to get back to, 28% of the general citizenry said that they were looking forward to dining and entertaining, while as 44% of senior citizens were looking forward to dining and entertaining.
That one seemed counterintuitive to everything else.
I know. But then when you go 30% of the general public said that they were looking forward to travel and recreation, only 18% of seniors. So there's that key demographic shift, so what I read into that is, the general population was ready to get out of town, right? It's like we've been pent up, we're ready to go somewhere. And the seniors were saying, hey, we got these great communities, but, we would like to kind of get out of the house for a little bit, So anyway, and there's some various other kind of different modifications, through that area. But ultimately, when you look at citizen comfort in getting back to business as usual, it was really kind of the common things. It was social distancing and hygienic, cleanliness. Those were really the two key factors that nearly half the respondents said that they would like to see, at their favorite businesses when they're ready to get back open. So again, last thing is we are compiling all this, like I said, into a final kind of easy to read report that we want to, again, put that onto the Back to Business website that we have and we make available. The ad hoc committee wants to continue to talk weekly to just kind of monitor where are we going. We talked about with the committee members kind of letting this program kind of go for a little while. We'll keep monitoring, keep talking. As things evolve and change, we want to make sure we're talking about that. But we really kind of wanted to do a follow-up in a few months, with some more survey work. So as things are open back up, we want to get a chance to kind of get some feedback from businesses. How are you doing? Citizens, how comfortable are you feeling? Labor groups, is your safety being safeguarded? Those kinds of things. So anyway, so that wraps up the report on the ad hoc Beaumont Back to Business program.
Very good. That's a good report.
A quick question. You had the special meeting in March and you didn't get going until June? It says March 22nd on your staff report.
Sorry, that's a bad date.
Okay.
That's me. You pick on you, man.
Hey, COVID world, everything is one big day. Have y'all noticed that? It's just one big day.
No,
I
good
apologize.
report. Thank you.
Sure,
Very
thank you.
complete.
Very good. Any comments or discussion on the report? If not, we will just move on. We don't need an action on this. Any comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Do we have any comments in the queue?
There are no comments in the queue at this moment.
Okay.
So Mayor, Councilman Martinez, normally when we sign off on those reports, we have words of wisdom from each of you.
I just want to thank the committee. They really stuck to the task. I was impressed on how much we got done with the time we had. So, when push comes to shove, they really moved, and we really did. And I want to thank them for that. So, they really stepped up to the plate. So, I don't know if that's words of wisdom, but that's a comment.
I'll, I'll give my comment, and then, Steve, I'll give it to you later on this. I mean, quickly, I'd just like to follow up on Council, Martinez on this. Yeah, I mean, everybody on this committee really do a sacrifice on this, and patience also. The reason I'm saying that, because we start at 7:30 in the morning. Not everyone is, up to to that time. So there's a lot of sacrifices in there, and then, I really appreciate the police department, Chief Newcomb, and Galeda over there, and the other officer, and then the city staff. I mean, Ashley and Carrie, you guys, especially you, Todd. I mean, I did excellent job on this. I mean, and of course Julio Martinez, my partner in here, that did a good job on this. Thank you.
And I am the one who's referring to the 7:30, so yes, I'll admit it.
Well, and then our PD, so we had Deputy Chief Yoakum, we had Sergeant Galetta and Officer Loza. And they were working through this as they were also dealing with all sorts of other civil unrest issues and things like that. So it was neat to watch them work. So
yeah, thank you. And then go ahead, Steve. I've been seeing you waving in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Every survey I've seen about citizens, particularly older citizens, getting back involved in the economy, says that they have trepidation, that they are concerned and afraid to get fully involved because they don't feel safe. I think, and I agree with them, because I think that's the way the majority of my senior community feels too. For us to succeed in getting the economy going again in Beaumont, we have to get businesses to encourage people to know that they are safe when they go there. I think the city government has to be the role model in that. And again, I think the more we can get the business community to buy into the idea that whenever possible, you're going to have masks, and wherever possible, you're going to have social distancing, the sooner we're going to recover. And I'll be quite blunt about this, it absolutely disgusted me that a couple of merchants in this community have been encouraging people to not wear masks, to come into their establishment. Don't worry about it. Our freedom is more important than your fear, and that kind of thing. I don't want that to be the rule around here. And I frankly think that the city needs to do all we can to encourage merchants to do the right thing as far as keeping their customers and their employees safe. And whatever we can do to make that possible is going to speed up the recovery of our economy. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Steve, for the comment. Anybody else? I think that's about it. I mean, we move on? Okay. Thank you. On item number 23, approval of city. Are you there, John?
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself on this item because it affects my law firm.
Okay. Your excuse. Thank you. Okay.
I'm not sure how to do that exactly given the setup, but I'm going to mute my phone and I'm going to step out for a few minutes and then I'll come back in.
Okay. Item number 23, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of May 2020.
Mayor, I'd like
Staff
to move
report.
to approve the invoices for item number 23 for the May services from SBEMB. It should be P, though, I think.
SBE and PS, it should be.
Okay, I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Hey, John, are you back?
He's not going to know.
Guess they won't be able to cash that check, will they?
Hey, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll text him. You can probably move on.
Hello. I'm
There
back.
you go, you're back. Okay, we go on item number 24. There will be a legislative updates and discussion. Staff report, Carl?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll do a brief legislative update for you all tonight. You saw the update that was posted, so I'm just going to go over a couple items that have occurred since then. One was that the state budget for the next fiscal year was approved yesterday, which was on Monday, although it's unclear whether Governor Newsom is supportive of that budget package or not. So there's word that there's going to be some negotiating if he's not okay with it, and they may end up having to revise that budget package. So I did have a chance to read through the document, as well as I sent it out to each of the council members today. But just know that it's not 100% completed until the governor signs off on it, and we're not exactly sure if it's going to be modified or amended before he signs it. On the federal level, you're probably aware of the different funding packages that have been passed so far. One was the CARES Act. We're all very familiar with that package, and then the programs that were created as a part of that. The second attempt to create some additional funding or stimulus funding related to COVID was the HEROES Act that passed the House through really party line voting. And it's unclear whether the Senate is ever going to take up that item. The reason I bring it up is we're entering our new budget season, and the HEROES Act dedicated or allotted $915 billion for state and local governments. But let's not hold our breath on that one. The most recent one is called the SMART Act. SMART. It has around half a trillion, so $500 billion for state and local governments. It seems to have bipartisan support, so we're going to be looking at that a little bit more closely as it gets formally introduced and gets votes on the different floors. We are currently watching and reviewing different funding opportunities that relates to the CARES Act, as well as hopefully some of these other ones that get passed. And then lastly, there's some legislation going on at the federal level regarding police reform efforts. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Any questions or discussion on the legislative updates? If not, no. Okay. There'll be council reports. Thank you, Carl. Can we start on Council White?
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Martinez?
Yeah, I got a list here.
Okay.
Okay, so the League of California City had its Zoom meeting on Friday. We had some guest speakers. We had Senator Allen, Assemblyman Garcia, and Senator Stern kind of give us a little bit of update. about what's going on. We approved the support of SB 45 and AB 3256 to go to the November ballot. Those are bond issues for disaster preparedness and fire prevention. Wasn't in favor of it, was just supporting it to go to the ballot. RCA had its Zoom meeting on Thursday. They adopted our fiscal year 2021 budget. We adopted our work plan for the biological monitoring program for the 146 species that is within the plan. And we approved purchase of additional acreage, which gives the reserve 52,492 acres. We attended the FAC meeting on Monday, which I'm sure the treasurer will fill us in on. And then I have a few thank yous and appreciations I want to give out. So I want to give a thank you to an appreciation to Mr. Mullenkamp. He's been doing an excellent job at the agenda and descriptions for the agenda when he goes over with the FAC committee. Very thorough, very accurate, and it's appreciative, and I think the members appreciate that. So I wanted to give him appreciation for that. I appreciate, again, the ad hoc committee. I mentioned that earlier, and I just want to mention that again for the return to business. I want to thank the PD for their service at the VHS graduation. That was an interesting little ceremony there, and thank the district as well. I think it went well under the circumstances, and the students I talked to were very appreciative. The parents were very positive, and most were very thankful that they had something, and I think the students saw that. And for those that were hesitant, they seemed to be thankful, and they did a good job. It looked nice, and again, under the circumstances, I think it went well. I want to thank my son for graduation, Cameron, and Mr. White's daughter, Caitlin, and the whole BHS 2020 class. So congratulations and good luck on your adventures in the future. I want to also give an additional thank you to the PD. We had a fire in our neighborhood, which was very, very interesting. I've never been that close to an issue at my house, and it was right across the street. And I want to give a special thank you to Corporal Marsh, Sergeant Wells, Officer Barriola, and Officer Fowler. They were very professional. They arrived very quickly, and especially Corporal Marsh. He was one of the first ones on site and went door to door, telling everybody, trying to get data, see where everybody knew what was going on, giving out safety instructions, and really keeping the neighborhood calm. And it was very, very nice to see that our PD was working in coordination and doing such a professional job. So I want to thank them for that. And of course, CAL FIRE as well for being very expedient on their time that they got there. We had many engines showed up very quickly, including Morongo's hook and ladder. So it was interesting to see the response there. So I want to thank everybody for that. And lastly, I leave you with the species of the month. Yes, I know you're waiting. It's the rainbow manzanita. It's a rare shrub. And it grows on the border between San Diego and Riverside County, and it's a very rare shrub, and it is edible, and the indigenous people used to eat that as kind of a fruit. When I learned that, it was interesting. So look it up, look at the picture, and if you're ever stranded out there, you can eat the manzanita rainbow. It's a rare species, though, so I didn't say that, but if you're dying, well, you get sustenance. So thank you.
Only if you're dying.
Only if you're dying, because it's rare and protected.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara?
Just one real quick thing. I'm just curious if anybody else has noticed an increase in illegal firework activity. Where I'm at, where I live, we've had them go off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for a few hours each night. I'm just curious if anybody else is experiencing that, and if there's anything. Obviously, you've got to catch somebody in the act, but if there's a hotline that we could set up, because it's at least a once a week event where I'm at, and that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. Council Carroll?
I have not a lot to report, but I have one very nice thing that was voted on by RTA, where they donated a 12-passenger bus to the Boys and Girls Club, and I believe it was designated for Beaumont. So I think that meant to transfer the kids from the Chatney Center, from the childcare facility that we authorized there. So this is often done with nonprofit groups. They apply for retired vehicles. And if you're a 501c corporation, you can apply for it. And I wish we could get that message out maybe from our public information officer so that we could get more of these things to serve the nonprofits in the Beaumont area. Boys and Girls Club has been very good about picking up on it, and they're well deserved to get them. And I think some of the other nonprofits, it would be good for them to know that this process is open to them. And the directions on how to do it are on the RTA website, and it's a very good, smooth process that's well supported by RTA. And they advise the candidates for it every step along the way, and they also tell them what they're getting into when they take a retired vehicle so that they make sure that they're aware of it. So I was glad to see the Boys and Girls Club get it. That's it.
Very good. Thank you. My side, this is the, congratulations again to the Beaumont class of 2020. And I'd like to thank again, the, Beaumont Police Department, and, did an excellent job on that, graduation. And also, the city staff, being on the ad hoc committee, Beaumont back to business. And really very thankful on this. We keep on move on. And I like just to say thank you for a great job. Okay, economic development update, Mr. Kyle. See there.
Yeah, we haven't met, so we really don't have anything to report. So.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
See, he's got his collar and back
Hey,
down.
I think this one is gone there. You jumped in, man.
That's the quickest Zoom attendee I think I've ever seen.
There you go. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. City Treasurer report. Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I do have a few things, and I hope I can finish this up by midnight so that we don't have an all-time record here. Our committee met, the Finance Audit Committee met, and I just have to applaud both Jeff and Todd for the work they're doing with the budget. Budgets are easy when you're going in good times. Money's rolling in from all the different areas. But when things happen with this pandemic and the effect it's had on sales tax and gas and everything else and just overall shutting things down, they've done a good job to manage our budget, that we are going to have a surplus this year over and above that one-time $5 million money that was given to us by Waste Management. So we're going to finish up estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $500,000 to $1.2 million on our general fund, and even the wastewater fund is going to show a $200,000 to $300,000 surplus. So I really thank them for really digging in and looking in the nooks and crannies and the best way to do things, and that's the way to end the year with a bad last quarter and a half. We also revised, Jeff and Lisa presented a revised EFT policy. We had a little bit of a problem last year with some fraudulent activity trying to take money from an account, make some changes. The short of it was to get a check go away from the normal payee to obviously a phony bank account and everything else. They caught it. We were able to secure most of the funding, and they've come up with a policy to tighten that up so that it can't happen in the future. Well, it can't, but we sure have a good thing. And they did a lot of work on looking at that and ensuring that we have the best policy in place. And lastly, our subcommittees, we're still on hold with the Melrose group. They just can't get out and talk to people to finish up where they were. We will be having a review of the investment policy now that Jeff is free of a few other things. We're going to take a look at the city's investment policy before we start looking at any potential recommendations. And we had a really great presentation on grants by Christina Taylor, something the committee's been wanting to know. And boy, she laid it out for us, told us how the grants are, how the grants work and the process and what they need to do more or less of. So we feel that that's another part of the subcommittee's responsibility that the council had looked at. So we will be getting updates probably about quarterly from her as far as the grant process, where we stand and what's in action. And with that, I am done. Thank you.
Very good, Baron. Thanks a lot. City Clerk report, Steve.
Thank you very much. During the month of April, Nicole received and completed 22 public records requests with total staff time of 5.25 hours. It was kind of a light month, I think. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. City Attorney report. John, are you there? Oh, you are? Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead.
There we go. They unmuted me. Okay, just in time.
He wanted me to make his report.
So the only thing that I wanted to mention is, some questions came up about Rosenberg's tonight, and I wanted to offer, if the council has an interest, at a future council meeting or a workshop, or I can cover it at the very outset of council meetings, for a period of time, just going over Rosenberg's rules. For my other city, what I do at the beginning of the meeting is at each meeting, I just cover some of the rules, and then cumulatively the council hears them. And then, and it's a good reminder of what the rules are for conducting the meeting. So, generally we don't have issues with it, but if there is an interest, I'd be more than happy to do it however the council would like me to do it.
Yeah, can I add on that? The last time I attended a, Brown Act, that was 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago. I think we have a new stop in here. That would be a good idea. Combine that on that, that presentation. That would be great if the council will approve it.
Mayor, may I make?
Yeah, and
Yes, go
I
ahead.
did, training on Rosenberg's and parliamentary procedure when I first started at the city, but that was, a number of years ago. And so, they are the rules that the council's adopted. And it's I think productive to have a refresher and a discussion if the council so desires it.
Yeah. Hold on, John. Councilor White has a comment.
John, I welcome that. I think it's very important. I know that we do some things that are not, they're not documented. Some of our procedures, some of our processes that we do. And I think it'd be good to review Rosenberg. And if there's things that we've chosen to do differently than what Rosenberg wants or suggests, then we should start documenting some of that. So there is not misunderstandings on, not just the way the meetings are run, but what our roles are as council members and mayors, and what our, what abilities we can do. I think one of the important things that Rosenberg does is it protects the minority. If there's a 2-3 on council, it's important that the two council members that are in the minority still have the ability to get their message out and at least be heard. So I definitely think that would be a good idea to have a workshop. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. So,
you're welcome.
Okay. City manager report. Todd?
Oh, my.
Turn, man.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing to report.
appreciate this opportunity to address council. And you've probably noticed I do look trimmer, and I got to say, I did find a new diet. I've lost 25 pounds and 3 inches in my waist in the last week alone. I'm on a new diet. It's the Rainbow Manzanita salad diet. So the good news is there's not much to eat and there's no calories to them. So it's a great way. And after 3 weeks, you're not hungry anymore. It's amazing. So
Is there a penalty for eating rare species?
I know. I mean, I just I just waited for him to say something.
Isn't there immunity for public officials?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm
Qualified
pretty sure there
immunity.
was. So, I want to turn a couple minutes over to Chief Talese. I think considering where we are in our society, in our region over the last few weeks with Mr. Floyd's demise, there's been a lot of introspection by the law enforcement community and a lot of reevaluation internally of what we're doing and how to have conversations to determine what are the things that we need to do better. Probably one of the most difficult things to do first is to look inward first and say, can we identify our own issues? And once we do that, then, how do we have the conversation as we kind of go out? In addition to all that, there's been various elements of communication within the city of Beaumont, as well as cities throughout this region, about our policing policies. And are they appropriate to where we are today? Are they aligned with what the conventional wisdom is? So Chief was in front of all this when it came time to making a statement with regard to Mr. Floyd and with regard to community concern. He was also front and center with regard to meeting with our other regional public safety officials, our chiefs, and has been a leader in talking to them and trying to work through this as a cooperative effort. And then he's been instrumental in reaching back into the department and talking to our officers about their experiences in the department, about their life experiences, and also talking about observations that they have for our agency. And then trying to feel out from them effective ways to communicate out into the community. So I've asked Chief to kind of spend a little bit of time. I'm also going to have this set up to be able to do a full briefing from the Chief at your July 7th meeting to kind of talk through our policies and where we're going and what we've accomplished to that point. So, Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And good evening, Mayor and Council. And so, we're in a time that we haven't seen before. Great challenges lend themselves to some great opportunities. But a lot of this is nationwide is because a lot of the police departments and perhaps many of the states didn't want to reform themselves. And they didn't want to be part of evidence-based policing and best practices. And it has tarnished the entire reputation of a profession that I've and many others have dedicated their lives to being public servants. I want to highlight 7 points, and I'll be concise, but I want to make a couple notes here for the council and the public. So the Beaumont Police Department is compliant with California Law Senate Bill 978. And that mandates that all the police departments, as of January 1st of 2020, had to post their police department policies and their training manuals and materials conspicuously on the website. And so we've been in compliant with that law. Also on the Beaumont Police Department website and now the city website, highlighted prominently by Ms. Starr, you'll see statements that I've made in regards to the killing of George Floyd. You'll see our statement of values and our answers to police reform. And so some statistics. So when a police department doesn't want to fix itself, then you'll have intervention either by the the public or the State Department of Justice or the Federal Department of Justice, right? You'll have a change in leadership. A lot of things need to happen. So I want to illustrate where change has been happening, certainly for the last 5 years. So in 2019, your police officers handled 42,000 calls for service. And in that was 900 arrests. And so our officers only had to use force 7 times, or 0.01% of all the calls for service, or 0.7% of all the arrests. And of those uses of force, 2 were the use of hands, so an officer defending himself with his hands. 2 uses were with their legs or leg sweeps or takedowns. 2 were taser deployments, and 1 was the use of a firearm. And of course, as you know, that individual attempted to, in our opinion, murder our police officer with 2 very large knives. So how did we get to those numbers? The Beaumont Police Department's been training in de-escalation. We have de-escalation policies. We have conversations of values and principles often with all members of our staff, from records to animal control, all the way to our sworn officers and our supervisors and our managers. We have policies and discussions on duty to intervene. We don't allow force to continue. When we have pursuits and you can hear that the officer is emotionally attached to the capturing of the suspect, the sergeant will either terminate the pursuit or rotate out who the primary officer is to somebody who's not attached to it. Therefore, when it concludes, the apprehension is done in the most appropriate manner. And that's done through the proper hiring, the proper training, the proper promotion of professionals. Also, again, 5 years ago, I instituted an open door policy. My door doesn't close unless I'm on a matter of a very confidential conversation. My doors remains open. Any employee in the Beaumont Police Department or volunteer can contact me directly without following the chain of command over any matter, large or small. They may be redirected once we determine that the matter is best handled by somebody better suited, but they can come to me for anything and with anything. And because of that, the employees know that I care about what they say, and they know that I'll act on it. That's how you find the bad actors in your organization, is because people will tell you. I'm not there at those levels in the middle of the night, but their partners are and the supervisors are. And so they don't want to work with bad actors, I could promise you that. Importantly to note also, in 2012, we had 15 citizen complaints. In 2013, we had 11. In 2014, we had 12. In 2016, I became the interim chief mid-2015. In 2016, I was your permanent chief. We had 7 citizen complaints, and in 2019, we had 4. So as you can see that we're trending. These are, our officers are intelligent, they're educated, they're trained, they're compassionate. They're ingrained in this community. They know they got to face these residents and these business owners every single day here. That's the beauty of having your own police department. Your officers report to work in this community every day. Our officers and our FTOs, so our training officers that are responsible for training firearms or other less lethal, and our field training officers who are responsible for training brand new hires, they have all attended the crisis intervention training. This is talking about de-escalation, recognizing mental illness and how to de-escalate and not provoke a situation, which we can. So right from the first day the Beaumont police officer is hired, these conversations and this training's happening. It's ingrained into our policies and our SOPs, our standard operating procedures. And as the city manager had said, just recently I'd met with all the supervisors and managers. We discussed implicit bias in the Beaumont Police Department. We know that we're not immune. We want to talk about those. perceptions, those biases. And this discussion was moderated by Sergeant Tasha Wells. She conducted the internal training as well on implicit bias. We're excited to announce that we're also formalizing an equal opportunity committee within the Beaumont Police Department to ensure that that our officers of color have equal access to opportunities and those opportunities for advancement. Since 2015, it's a 50-50 ratio of people of color been promoted and Caucasian officers have been promoted. Our hiring is very diverse. As you see, I introduced you to every single new hire in the police department. It's a very diverse group, and that group reflects our community, almost down the line of our demographics. And then one of the more exciting things, you should have the application complete and out next week, but I am forming a Chiefs Advisory Board. And so this advisory board will be made up of no less than 7 community members, probably closer to 11 or so. And the purpose is to provide for a forum for police and community interaction to address public safety and related issues in order to further enhance the quality of life in our community. Just a few parts of that, we're going to be looking for somebody representing our local hospital, our criminal justice community, whether it be education, our district attorney's office, and then local community-based social services, child protection, diverse community organizations, looking for drug and alcohol services, faith-based, mental health, a member of the business community, both large and small, so there should be 2 members, probably just interested residents of the city of Beaumont that may not fit into that, one of those specific groups, and then of course a member of the Chamber of Commerce and a member of the school district. And so they'll be able to apply online through the city or the police department. And then, for example, if we're implementing a new policy, I have an advisory board and I can hear from them directly what they think that the questions may be to the community. A lot of times, as police professionals, we have our attorneys, we have best practices, and we kind of sit in that bubble. And so in this event, I'll have another group that can advise me and I can advise them. And so what'll happen is they'll take information to me that we may not be hearing. Our officers do a great job in all the segments of the community, but we can go further, we can get deeper. And then I can communicate to them or vice versa on questions, on calls for service or maybe why an officer did something. And then the second to last point, as you all recall, because I believe if memory serves, this city council supported Senate Bill 230 and AB 392, which was some landmark pieces of legislation overhauling our use of force in the state of California. And SB 230 talked about these new standards of training in California that are the highest in the nation. So when I look at the talk of the reform, it's really the rest of the nation's trying to get caught up to California. And in my opinion, a lot of some of the departments in California that may have been dragging their feet or whatever was going on now have to catch up to what's already been passed. In my opinion, we're already there. As the city manager said, he'd like me to go into deeper on that, probably in the legislative format, because we'll probably see a look at some of these bills closer by July 7th. But the final point is, so the Attorney General, and I think the city manager would forward this, there's some broad police reforms, and we'll go into those deep July 7th, but on the surface, just in my research against our policies, which wasn't brief, it's been pretty exhaustive already. We're right there. Your police department is at the cutting edge of these reforms. And so we're in full support of each and every one of what the Attorney General of California is proposing. It's just common sense approach to modern era policing. And then finally, and probably one of the more exciting things, although all 7 are pretty exciting to me. So what we did, and the city manager hit on this, and so did I. We had an internal discussion on the implicit bias and equity, racial equity in the police department. Now we're prepared to take this discussion to the community. It won't be focused as much as on the topics for internal, but with the same platform, we want to now host a community forum, a roundtable discussion on racial equity, implicit bias in policing. And we want to remain, like I said, at the forefront of this community discussion and be a equal partner with the community on that. And I think the city manager could get further into that. And that would conclude my portion. I'll remain here if you'd like for any questions from the council.
Council, do you have any questions for the chief?
Is this itemized? Can we discuss?
Or quick discussion briefly?
Yeah, he can provide some factual responses back to you. We really can't get into a debate at this stage.
No debate.
Well,
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Good. I look forward to July
Mike,
7th.
you're
so.
good? Nancy?
Yeah, I just appreciate Chief's proactive approach and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
Good
Thank you,
job.
Chief.
You're welcome.
Okay. Future agenda items, if any. Nothing. Okay, next meeting will be July 7, 2020, and we adjourn at 10:52.